Okay. Right. Actually, what is the link to my YouTube channel so I can post it in the fucking WhatsApp chat? We don't want streaming. Want just regular YouTube. Use to the tubes, bud. Alright, so view your channel. There we go. Okay. Alright. Copy that. We can close that down. And go to the zaps of the watts. I probably should be sharing information like this on the internets. Okay. Doing a bit of live dev. If y'all wanna see behind the scenes. What would you share it about? Yeah. Ish. Okay, so what was the goal for today? What was the goal for today? It was, I believe. Let me just get the stream up on my Xbox. How do I view the chat on my Xbox? Oh wait, hang on. I think I got it. Live chat. There we go. I think. Huh? How do I pause the video? There we go. Oh, I think that is the live chat is on now. Just now I was talking in it. All right, anyway, enemy variation. So got the enemy master right here. So one of the first things I want to do is stop the hit sound effects being the hit sound effects for the swords and have it so enemies actually have pain grunts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. I'm going to promote that. Actually, we can. Should I set up an array? Yeah, actually, an array would be better. An array is definitely going to be better. Okay, so let's do an array. We'll do hit sounds because we can use the integer to pull from the array. So that's going to be all nicey cool. So let's do sound, ambient sound, sound base, play sound, object reference. Is that? Okay, hit sounds. No. Okay. You know what? Actually, let's get rid of that. Compile it. All cheaty. This is a pro little tip. If you can't figure out what variable to use, just promote whatever you want to a variable and it'll give it to you. Sound base. Okay, there we go. So hit sound. And then what we want to do, can we turn this into an array? We can. Hang on. Let me just delete that. And we want it to be instance editable. Talking in live chat XP, complicated tree. Love it. At least I know the live chat's working now. Because when I put it on the Xbox, I've got the stream up on my Xbox, so I didn't want to have the chat on the stream. So I've got the stream up on my Xbox, I just paused the video. But I'm glad. I was actually going to send you a message saying, can you come and chat in the live stream, just so I can see it's working. But I appreciate the fact that you've done that of your own merit. Also, check this out, right? I got some really cute EQ sound effects for the goblins and things. The golem. Oh, you haven't seen the golem yet, have you? Would you like to see? No, maybe I should leave it as a surprise for you later. Because I haven't uploaded the new build yet. I'm going to upload this one when I'm finished modding with it. So, what was I doing? Oh, yes. It's the pain sound. So, we're going to get this. We're going to turn it into an array. Like so. Recompile that blueprint. Make sure there's no errors. Excellent. So, we're going to get that hit sound. Boom. And we're going to get a copy of whatever is at this integer. The reason I'm doing it as an array instead of just using this selector here is that I can expose this array to other things. So I can, let me just give you an example. Like, so now I can come out of here and I can pick on one of these, click on one of these. And now you'll see in its default, I've got an array here of elements, and I can put, is that the right way? No, it's here we go. Here's the hit sound. I've got this array of elements. So I can just add as many hit sounds as I want to this. So I could do it here, but I'm going to do it in the actual entities file itself. So we can get rid of that now. You don't need it. We've got this array of sounds that we can create. We haven't added anything to it yet, but now we've got an array of sounds. So if I were to, for example, on this guy, we'll add in the goblin grunt one. So now, when I hit these two, one of them is going to grunt and one of them isn't. So let's see if we can aggro them. Okay. There we go. You heard the one that grunted. So now if we go back in sound, actually, because I know what is happening. I did a math thing. Okay, right. Let me move that. Because there's an intelligent way to go about doing this. So we can get last index, and that will return us the integer value of the last index in there. So what we can then do is plug that into the maximum, and what that will do is, what was happening before is because I had a range of 0 to 3, so there was 4 possible sound effects to choose from, but I'd only actually filled out 0. So every time I was hitting him, the number could be 1, 2, or 3, and because there wasn't a sound for 1, 2, or 3, we weren't getting any sounds. So now we've got our hit sound. I'm going to move that down here, because I'm really anal about my nodes being neat and tidy. We're just gonna add a couple of reroutes in there and move this back just ever so slightly. Move that along, move that along, and there we go. So now, no matter how many sounds, so I could have 1 sound, I could have 1,000 sounds. It's always gonna make the random integer anywhere between 0 and however many I've got. So let's go into the enemies themselves. So we'll go into characters, we'll go into enemies, and we'll go into the goblins. I still need to set up the skeletons animations properly, because I've redone the way the animations work. But let's get our base gobbo here, and we'll get our defaults. Here we go. We've got our hit sound. So 1, 2, 3, 4, because I've got 4 of them. We'll do goblin grunt 1. We'll do goblin grunt 2. Goblin grunt 3, and so on and so forth. Get it? Little pun there. This is number 4. And there we go. Now we can do that for the other guys as well. So we'll go do goblin grunt 1. I suppose I could put these in any order, but it just makes sense to put them in numerical order. Goblin Grunt 3, and Goblin Grunt 4. Now, I know it seems like a lot of work doing it for each individual enemy, but what that allows me to do is have different pain sounds for different enemies. So rather than setting all the pain sounds in the master file, I can do it individually on a per enemy basis. I'm going to demonstrate that now perfectly because the next one is the golem, coincidentally enough. So also I've got the attack montages. We're going to come to that in a minute. But for now, we're going to do essentially the same thing there. So we're going to do golem. So there we go. I've got the golem's going to react to his own personal hit noises now. Golem, whatever you want to call it. And we'll do that one there as well. Another beauty of doing it this way is you can alter the percentages of how often a particular sound will play. So say if you want one sound to play more often than another sound, you could just add that in multiple times. And if you got 10 sounds and 5 of them are one sound and 5 of them are individual sounds, each one of those individual sounds has a 10% chance of playing, while the one that has 5 entries has a 50% chance of playing. So if you don't want to fuck around with the math side of things, you can kind of crudely set up probability-based things using this method. I wouldn't recommend it personally, but because I mean it's better to understand the math because then you can use it for other things in the future. But if you're really kind of struggling and you just want an easy solution, there you go. So let's just get the rest of these goblin grunts in. So I'm not going to mess with the skeletons yet because I'm going to add the animation part of it as well. So I might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So there we go. Speaking of animation parts of things, where is the golem? I don't want to show him and reveal him, but I do want to get what moveset. So there you go. You can see he's got his hit sounds now. He's got his flinch chance. And there we go. We got Mont Upswing and Hero Attack LS2. So let's do Up, Swing, and LS2. Now, we're going to add more attack montages. That's not the only thing he's going to be able to do. But I'm getting the sounds done first. Because everything had that generic sword hit. And I want to offload that from the enemies. Because it doesn't make sense that they're making the same sound for every time they get hit. I mean, it was alright as feedback when I was testing it. But now, I'm deciding to put some flourishes on, some finishing touches. I think we really need to embrace sound design because sound design is so important. And there we go. We got Goblin Warrior, and that's going to be our last one. And as you can see, they've got their, and this is one of the reasons why I want to put this attack montage into an array as well. So this one's got, like, they'll do 1 attack and they'll do dodge left. So when they come to fight you, whenever they come to a decision-making point, they may choose to dodge and they may choose to attack. So having that as an array, I can give them more options, if that makes sense. Right, so Goblin 1, Goblin 2. But this is one of the reasons why I like to live stream this development process, because not everything about game design is that interesting. A lot of it is just repetitive stuff like this. What did I just get a notification for? I think someone just came online. Let me have a look. Yeah, someone just came online. Okay, that's cute. Right, fuck off autosave. Seriously, pisses me off, man. Okay, so now we've done that. All of our little gobbos should have lovely, unique little paint sounds. And the skeletons, in theory, when I hit them, shouldn't make a peep. Yeah, there. I think what I might do, actually, is tie. Oh, that's another thing I need to do as well, actually, on the hit reaction. That's why I left this gap here. So we want a variable, and it's going to be first hit, and so that's going to be a boolean, and we just want it to be a yes or no. So we're going to get first hit. So branch. We're going to get to see if that is true. So is this the first time the enemy's being hit? And if that's true, actually, do we want to do it there? Yeah. So if it's the first time they're being hit, we want to not do the flinch chance check. We want to go straight to the hit reaction. And in between, we will set this to false. So we'll say set first hit to false. And then we'll go straight to the flinch. But if it's not the first time we're being hit, then we want to check for the flinch chance. So we're making sure that every time this enemy is hit for the first time, they will always flinch. Because you're taking them by surprise. And then when we set to attack mode, yeah, we're getting all that stuff. So let's make a little bit of room here. So if the players hit them, or if the enemy sees the player, essentially. So whenever we engage the enemy, we are going to set first hit to false as well. It's because we don't want them flinching if they've already spotted us. We want them flinching if we're taking them by surprise. But we don't want them flinching if they've seen us coming. If that makes sense. So let's go have a look now. So in theory, both these enemies should flinch when I hit them. There we go. What's that? Are you flinch? Ow! I can't see what I'm doing. Jesus Christ. Wreck the bitch! Okay, alright, let's get out of... No, I'm stuck in the bloody trees now. There we go, I'm out. Oh my god, okay. Right. Hey, gobbos. Oh, he poised right through that. Oh, she a little backstep dodge then. Oh, okay, now, yes. Yes. This is infinitely more fun now. Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun when I come to setting up those montage A. My phone's still charging. 9%. That it. Okay. Right. So now we need to do the same for the skeletons. Only they've got different hit effects. But first of all, attack events. So let's grab this and move it down. We've got our attack montage 1 and attack montage 2, and it's going to play a random one for that. But again, I want an array that I can populate with different attack moves. Yeah, no, send me a video while I'm streaming. I'm sure people would love to watch. Let's see what it is. Also, I'm going to move that off to the side so no one can see any contact details. 1 minute and 13. No, sorry. Man's busy. I'll watch you later. I've got arrays to make. All right, so again, just my little cheaty technique. Promote to variable. Lovely. and we'll call this montage attack animation. Sweet. And we want to make it instance editable, and we want to expose it on spawn. There we go. So now we don't need this at all. Boom, gone. Get in the bin. Right. Sweet. So this actually we need to delete and then go back into the variable. We want to turn that into an array. And we're going to get that. Get attack animations. We're going to get a copy. We're going to get last. Oh, get. It is a get. But for some reason, I don't know. You can't say. It's like, Unreal's got some odd little quirks like that. I'll do random int in range. So, well, my minimum being 0, our maximum being the last index, just like we did with the sounds. We'll plug that into there. And plug that into there. Now, the reason I'm doing it with a random int right now is because later on down the line, I can have the AI make decisions on which of these things to do. So, like, currently they're not intelligent, but I'm trying to animate them in a way that gives the sense, the feeling that they're intelligent. The what's the word I'm looking for? The illusion that they're intelligent. So they will do random little things that will make it look like they're making decisions, but in reality, they're just going through a series of like coin tosses, essentially. All right, so let's get the destroy events and move that up here. Yeah, that'll do. And we can move that along. We can move that along with that and that. That seems about right. And then we can move that up to there. That can go about there. Put you there. And have that up there. Just so everything flows a little bit easier. It's a little bit easier to read. You can tell I do like my reroute nodes. Okay, so now what we need to do is populate these attack animations. So if we go into our enemies again, go back to our goblins. All right, what's enemy goblin got in his? He's got, so let's add, we got LS01, so whichever each, we'll do LS01, LS02. We'll give him backstep as well. So he'll do some variations of attacks. With the goblin, with the axe, we want them to be a little bit more nimble. So currently they got LS02 and backstep montage. So we'll do LS02, LS03, and we'll do dodge left and dodge right, because they're a little bit more savage, I guess, than the because these are just your base goblins. The goblin with the axe is a little bit more of a, you know, come on, let's have a fight type. And then they go up from there to like war chiefs, shamans, and the like. Just give me a second, because bloody little fly found its way into me drink. There you go. Out you go, little fella. Make sure there's no more. There we go. Sweet. Now, with the golem, we've got upswing, LS02, Let's have a look through our animations to see what else we can give him that might potentially hit the player. What's this one look like? Well, he's already kind of doing that. Sword attack R. Now, with the size of the golem, that's probably... No, not sure I'm liking that one. That's just a faster version. Right down. Let's have a look. Oh, wait. I think we're doing that already. No, that won't hit the player. What about this one? No, that probably won't either. What about you? That could work. Okay, so we'll do create a montage. Create anim montage. Mont golem wing 01. Okay, so we can go back to our golem now. We'll add that in there. Compile. And what else we got? I want some. He's got a club, so I want some kind of overhead swings. The fuck is that? Nah, don't like that one. Counter R. What's that look like? We'll give that a try. We'll give that a try. So create and montage. What's it called? The other one? Mont golem swing. Where did it go? Okay, there we go. Right. Rename Mont golem swing 02. Okay, and we'll add that in to the mix as well. Sweet, there we go. Right. Now, I need to go into those montages and we need to add a montage notify, and this will tell the weapon when it should enable collision. So if we look, we got it's pretty much perfect as it is. When collision turned on about there, and it turns off. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna call that fucking perfect. Jesus, get a freebie sometimes. All right, here we go. And now I need to name that weapon so that because the game's gonna read that notify. Oh, well, that's not compiled. All right, there we go. So, yeah, I need the other one as well. Golem swing 2. When are we turning collision on for this? I'd say about there. So add notify, montage notify. Call it weapon. Save that. And there we go. So now those attacks will deal damage. So we've got all of our goblins set up. Oh no, we haven't. We still got yeah, we still got to finish off setting up the goblins. So let's just get those array elements put in there. So this is the war chief. So he's got LS03 and axe heavy. We'll also give him dodge left and dodge right, because he's he's an accomplished combatant, so he's going to be able to do stuff like that. So we'll have the Goblin Warrior as well. Let's get this done. There we go. And so we are going to want LSO1 and the one-handed combo. But also, because he's a warrior, he's going to be really aggressive. So we'll give him the we'll give him the sword heavy as well, and the backstep. So he's not going to be looking to avoid a fight, but he's going to be looking to act defensively. And then we've got the Goblin Warrior female, who's basically just going to be... Actually, you know what? I think she's going to be a little bit more nimble. So we'll do the dodge left and dodge right again, like we did with War Chief. And then we've got LSO1, LSO1, and we'll do LSO2 as well. Sweet. So now all of our goblins are all set up with their own pain sounds, their own animation choices that they can use to dodge and make decisions. Well, I say make decisions. They're not making decisions, but you know what I mean. Give the illusion that they're making decisions. So now we've moved the pain sounds. We need to go and find the weapons. So we'll go to the weapon map. Stop! Oh, this is why I hate autosave. You're in the middle of something. It doesn't realize, oh, this person's clicked into a field and is typing. It just autosaves and fucks you up. Ah, right. Anyway, cigarette. Sorted. Right. So, weapon master. Ignore the messy code. I will neaten it up at the in a bit, but for the moment, I am just getting stuff functional. Right. So that's a toggle collision on and off event. That's our begin overlap. Let's move that. Of course, you're not going to go with it, are you? Let's move that over there so we can make things a little bit more reasonable. We've got event tick. We don't need that. Nice. Let's neaten this code up a little bit. Because I don't like lines stretching all over the place without any rhyme or reason. So let's move that up to there. Spawn emitter at location. You don't need that one. I mean, we don't really necessarily need the print string, to be fair. So let's move that down a little bit. What's that? Showing the damage. Okay, right. I'm gonna have that to the debug HUD, so we won't necessarily need that too much. But in here, we're gonna have our play sound at location. This is where our hit sounds are gonna go. We're gonna get the actor's location. Right, there we go. Sweet. And now what we can do is we can create an array of sounds, much like we did for the enemies. So I'm going to take this. Yeah, I don't already have a variable for it. So I'm going to take this and we'll promote that to a variable. And we're going to disconnect it temporarily so that we can make it instance editable, expose it so we can adjust it when we create it. and then we're going to make it an array. And get that array. We're going to get a copy. Well, that doesn't get a copy of the array. It can be quite misleading, to be fair. What it does is it gets a copy of an index of that array. So what we want to do again is we want to find the last index. So we know ultimately, we don't have to manually put these numbers in. We know how many entries are in this array. So we can just find between 0 and the last number. So off this, we'll do a random integer in range again. Initial value is always going to be 0. And the maximum value is always going to be the maximum number of entries in the array. Really beautifully straightforward, to be fair. Let's move this along. I mean, sequences work. Like I was using, well, not sequences, select nodes. They do work, but they require a lot more manual intervention. Whereas this little bit here automates the entire thing, so you can just have as many entries in that index as you like. So if you come up with more hit sounds, you just keep adding them to the array, and there we go. So we're going to play whatever sound is a whatever index that random integer returns between 0 and the last index of the array. So it's going to be pretty darn sweet. And then what we can do in here is just start adding some elements. So in here we've got the hit sound. So hit heavy, hit light 1, hit light 2, hit swing light 1, and we've got a bunch of one. I've got more than I actually thought I had. Hit swing heavier 1. There we go. All right. So now we've got 5 different hit sounds to choose from, and when we hit an enemy, it's going to play one of those sounds. So let's go and test that out. So before we didn't have, we lost the hit effects because I'd replaced them with pain sounds. So now we should get the pain sounds and the hit effects too. So let's just have a look. There we go. Just a little bit more feedback. I think probably should bring the volume down just a scotch. So let's get that up there, and we'll do 0.5. So we'll halve the volume. I think as well, a good idea would be if we take this pitch multiplier here, we do random float in range. We'll have the minimum be 0.8 and the maximum be 1.2. And that way, what we'll do is it will vary the hit sound ever so slightly. So even if it plays the same one twice in a row, there's very little chance it's going to sound identical both times. So if we compile that, and we're pretty much done with the weapon, other than some cleanup. And let's just comment this, begin play events. Oh man, this blueprint spaghetti here. Jesus. Holy Jesus. It's all coming from the game. In that case, why don't we just add in a node here and go boink. We'll add in a node here and go boink. We'll add in a node here and go boink. And that just makes everything a little bit neater. I don't know why that is like that. Oh, yeah, wait, no, I do. There we go. Move that along there. Move that along there. Right, okay, cool. Compile. So, right, we've got our attack animations. We've got our hit reaction sounds. Now we want do we want to do the same for their hit reactions as well? Because I can't actually remember what else I was going to add. So we've done their attack animations. And we've done the hit reaction events. Yep. Aggro people from slightly further away as well now, which is good. That along. Is there a real other thing I've got left to do? Essentially, is add some variation to them, the animations they play when they get hit, and also set up all the skeletons with the new stuff. Well, that's the thing as well. Actually, I need to test. So I did a different variation of throwing stars as well, so I need to have a look at those. All right, let's go to our retargeted animations, and we'll filter by hit. Okay, so what's this one? What's the asset we're using? Sword hit C1. Okay. So we've already got sword hit C1. So let's just go create montage. And it's a montage hit 2. What about this one? Yeah, I quite like that. So let's create anim montage, a montage hit 3. Yeah, that one looks pretty cool. It's not the one I've already done, is it? Oh, okay, no. Where is it? They look very similar. No, they don't. They don't look similar at all. All right, so create anim montage, a montage hit 4. Sweet. Okay, so now we can go into our enemy master, and we can promote this to a variable. We'll just go and delete that little bubble for the time being, because we want to turn that to hit animations. If I can spell it correctly. And we also want that to be instance editable and exposed on spawn, so we can do this for all the different enemies. But for the time being, what we're going to do is we're going to just pre-compile this, because we've already got 4 of them. So we'll do that. Recompile it so we can get the array elements. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're just going to do hit 1, hit 2, hit 3, and hit 4. Excellent. Right then, now that's all done. Let's save everything. So we have edited a lot of stuff. And let's give that a whirl. I'm not going to attack the skeletons because they don't have any of these animations set up yet. So let's go for these guys. Jesus, you're doing some damage, mate. And this guy's pain chance is way too high. Ow! You must. camper. Fucking camper. Alright, let's try that again. See, the first time you get hit, you should be flinching. They're not flinching at all. I think I've set them odd. They're fucking me up, man. Jesus Christ. Dude. Okay. Let's try again. Man. May have accidentally made this game way too difficult. Oh god, fucking got around me like a motherfucker then. None of them are reacting. Oh, I know why none of them are. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Why do I always do this? Why do I always do? There's no montage. No. I get so excited, I jump ahead of myself. Yeah, there's no montage. So let's get our hit animations. And you know the drill by now. Get a copy. Plug that in. There we go. So got our hit animations and we want last index. And we want random integer in range. Oh my god, I was getting fucked up. None of them were reacting to being hit. Well, I mean, they were in terms of like what we've done so far with the sound setup and the sword effects, but not in the air. Oh, I'm a muppet. Right. Come on then, let's go. Let's see we haven't yet. There we go. Now we got some reactions. Oh, munching me. Oh, he poised right. Come on, can I get him? Finish him! Yes. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Ooh, that was a lot of setup. But definitely worth it. Right, so now we've got random pain sounds specific to each enemies, random hit animations, and random attack choices that they're going to make as well. So that should make for some interesting combat. Now let's just go to our golem and make sure we've all of that in there. We don't want him really ducking and diving and dodging. We don't, these animation montages now are pretty much deprecated code, so we don't really need that anymore. But a lesson I learned early on: even if you think you don't need something, don't just delete it, because it might be being referenced by something somewhere else that you don't know about, and even something you pretty much convinced you don't need anymore can break something you didn't realize it was referenced by. So we're going to leave that well alone for the time being. But what I do want to do is a little bit of testing on the magic system, because I'm not entirely sure if I've got the damage values set properly. So I think what I'm going to do is go into the weapons. I like setting stuff up in advance so I can do easy tweaks. So we're going to get the Earth Staff. And we're going to increase its magic damage from 40 to 80. We're basically going to double each magic, because there's not currently a massive difference in the stats when you're using specific weapons, specific casting devices based on your intelligence. So what I want to do is make the base values bigger, so the maths for working out how much damage you do, the percentage damage that you get added, increases in ratio. It's not going to make much sense, but to me, I know what I'm trying to achieve. Like, I'm trying to make the calculation because it's dividing the base magic stat by 100, multiplying your int stat by your base int stat, which is determined by your character class, and then multiplying that percentage of damage bonus to add, and then adding it to the base damage. So you basically, it's 1% of the base damage of the spell plus your int stat multiplied by your base intelligence. So, and then you add the two numbers together. So we're getting, then that multiply. Yeah, it's a complicated. It makes sense in my head. This is why I didn't want to explain it. Okay, this is why I didn't want to explain it. All right, so let's close all that shit down. Close tabs to the right. Yes, because we're done with most of that stuff now. Except the skeletons, I still need to go in and set their shit up as well. So, you know what, actually, I might as well do that now, because it's going to be tedious and time consuming, and better to get it out of the way. Okay, so here we go. Here's our basic enemy skeleton. So what are your... We need your attack animations. As you can see, he's already inherited the hit animations from the master, which is really, really good. So we want our attack animations to be LS01, LS02, and we'll add another LS01 to demonstrate that now there's 2 chances out of 4 for it to pull that one out. So that one's going to be the most common attack. This one's going to be slightly less. And we'll give it a backstep. Just because I kind of want every enemy to have a little bit of dodgy. So let's get this guy's attack animations put in. So LS01, and we'll do LS03 for this guy, and then we'll do dodge left, dodge right. Now, ultimately, what I'll do is I'll have little checks in place. So if there's an enemy to its left, it won't use the left dodge because there's somebody occupying that space. If there's a wall to its right, it won't use the right dodge. But for the time being, this should be I don't know, adequate enough, I guess. Just to get the general gist across, just so you can have a visual idea. Now this guy, oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, this guy with the club, he's a little bit more brutal. So we got, that's our montage, right? Don't want that. We want our montages. So we're going to have the axe combo, axe heavy. We'll do sword 1 combo, and we'll give him a backstep. Sweet. So he's going to be quite aggressive in his attack stance. We've got the knight, who's going to be a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Not cautious, but experienced. So he's going to have some, so we'll give him the dodge left and right, like we've done for the shaman. So dodge right, dodge left, dodge right. Okay, and then we'll give him some pretty brutal combos. So we'll give him the axe for one-handed combo, and we'll give him the sword heavier one. Right, sweet. Let's compile that. And then last one, not least, is the Skeleton Knight number 2. Now this guy is your big bad. He's got no current attack montages. So we don't really... You know what, actually we can put multiple. I'm gonna put multiple in. This guy's gonna have a lot. Yeah. Oh no, I should have been doing this for the other ones as well. Oh, I'm an idiot. So axe one-handed combo, axe heavy. We'll give him the dagger combo. We'll give him dodge, left, dodge, right, back step. And then you know what? You know what? We're just gonna fucking pile. This guy's gonna have so many different attacks. You're not gonna know what the fuck he's gonna do next. Sword heavy. We're giving him sword heavy yet? No, we haven't given him sword heavy. Sword one-hand combo and LSO2. There we go. Sweet. So that guy's got a bunch of different attacks. So he's gonna be pretty. I think. Yeah. He's kind of like my boss guy. Well, not a boss guy, but he's a little bit more impressive than the rest of them. Yeah, we're going to make him a little bit bigger as well, I think. We'll do 1.25, 1.25, 1.25. Just give him a little bit of girth to him. Sweet. So we'll compile that. That's all of our skeletons set up with their movements, I believe. Yeah. So now we need to do the hit sounds. And again, this is just going to be a lot of tedious. Skelly grunt 1. Skelly grunt 2. Skelly grunt 3. Skelly grunt 4. Nice. Compile. And we'll do the same here. So we've got our hit sounds array. Skelly grunt 1. Oh dear. I mean, I probably could put this in a data table somewhere and have it pull from there based on values, but I kind of like the option to have it a little bit customizable, even if it does take a lot of work. And it's pretty tedious. It gives me the option to really fine tune stuff on a per blueprint basis. So this is how we're doing it. I mean, it's not that bad, really. If you name everything properly, it doesn't take long to search up these things. So yeah, hit sounds, Skelly. You can tell I do this a lot. And Skelly. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I don't know if the chat is working on my Xbox because I haven't seen anybody post anything since Rose posted that message when she first joined. So I don't know if no one's talking or it's broken. So if I'm not responding to anything that's coming up in the chat, that's probably why. All right, so that guy's done, and then we just need to do this guy. And where we got hit sounds 1, 2, 3, 4. So once I get some more skeleton grunts that sound a bit more imposing, I can add them in here, make the boss, well, not boss, but he's just a little bit more of a bigger enemy than the previous one. So we've got their attack animations done, we've got their hit sounds done, and we've got the hit animations done. So now everybody has their own custom behaviors. They'll randomly choose what sound to play when being hit from the variations they've been given, and they'll also randomly play a hit animation from whatever it is they've been given to, which I think is pretty cool. Now, Rose, don't worry about your audio. We'll help you. We'll help you. So, you want me to show you how to do it? Do you want me to show you right now how to do it? It's really simple. Hang on a minute. Let me bring up OBS and I'll show you exactly how to do it. Hang on, I'm just catching up on the stream on my PC, on my Xbox, because it lagged for ages. There we go. Now I'm live. Right, so all you gotta do is, you see how you got this audio mixer bit in the middle here? You got your desktop audio and you got your mic audio. So to get the desktop audio, you just click on this, go to properties, and then select what your desktop audio is. That's normally done by default, so you don't need to worry about that so much. But for the mic/audio, what you do is you click on these little buttons here, and then you go to properties again, and then you just pick your microphone device from the list here. For me, it's USB audio. And you just click OK. And as long as you can see that this little yellow, green, and red bar is pulsing. You see this little yellow line here? As long as you can see that pulsing, you know it's picking up your mic. So it's just here, properties, drop down, choose your mic. Sorted. Bish, bash, bosh. No, it's fine for not chatting as well, by the way. I'm not, I was just worried that I wasn't getting, because I paused the video. I was worried that I wasn't getting chat in real time, because I thought maybe the chat was coming. If I pause the video, it paused the chat. But yeah, what do you think of the changes so far? I haven't showed you the magic yet. Well, I have, but not properly. So let's go and see, because I've hidden the casting devices. I don't want to show you the golem. I want it to be a surprise, because I've placed it in such a way that you're just going to open a door and there's going to be like big things stood in front of you. The flinch mechanic's working as intended, at least. There we go. Right, let's go and pay a little visit to the goblin lady. The goblin, yeah, she's a goblin lady. The goblin merchant. Because I think, if I remember correctly, I've fixed her loadout now. So she should have the right stuff. Yeah, there we go. Goblin bone axe, and goblin staff. I think I gave her some shurikens as well. Yeah, there we go. The new shurikens that I added. So they're like the throwing stars, but they do much more damage and they cost a little bit more. So let's grab the goblin staff and see if I can get a couple of shurikens. There we go. And there we go. There's the goblin staff and there's the shuriken. Oh, wait, yeah. I haven't coded in the ability to select them yet. Not to worry. Let's go to the goblin staff. Now with the magic, you actually have to target lock. You can't use it free aim. I mean, you can, but it like the spell won't come out. It'll do the animation. It'll cost you your MP, but the spell won't come out. So if you target lock one of them and then cast, there we go. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, yo. Look at that shit, son! Oh god, the one behind me's pissed off. I mean, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but then again, it doesn't cost much MP either. Oh Christ, they're all after me. Oh, ya mother trucker. God, she dodged around me and got, like... They're getting crafty now. Now I've given all them extra moves. Oh, finally. Cost me nearly my entire mana bar. But that's easily remedied. Nice. Yeah, that was pretty cute. I enjoyed that. Alright, let's switch back to the sword. And we'll go investigate the skelly bobs. There we go. Nice. How are you guys gonna dance? Come on, boy. I'm gonna put the controller down and just let them... Oh, they seem to skirt around me then. That was fucking cool. I mean, they're not trying that hard to kill me. Oh, bloody hell, when they do! Christ. Alright, that's pretty cool. I'm enjoying that so far. And the frame rate's pretty smooth too on the stream. I'm watching it. Okay. So what next? What next? What next? Oh, yes. I need to go make the shurikens usable. All right, okay, I know how to do that. So third person, blueprints, third person character. Okay, right, where's our use consumable? Because we're not doing an equals check. Yeah, ignore my spaghetti. I mean, really, what I should do is move the shurikens to number 3 in the item slot and have this as a greater than, but for now, I'm just going to drag off this and do another branch. Oh god, where did it go? I'll do another. This is going to look messy, but it's just to make sure it works. And we'll get another copy of this, and we'll get is equal to. We'll branch that into there. And what we want to do is this one. These are the throwables. Hang on, I need to get the data table up so I can see what I'm working with. All right, let's go to inventory. Items, consumables. So 3, 4, and 5 are throwing star, firebomb, or shuriken. Ice bomb. Shuriken. Oh, I haven't put any extended descriptions in for these yet. I have for the shuriken. Okay. So it's number 6. So 3, 4, 5. So actually that makes that a lot easier because then I can just put that there. Do 6. Add a pin to this. Get rid of that. Boom. That should be done now. Set current throwable. Right, so let's go and see if we can pick up a couple of shurikens and throw them about a bit. Because that might be a little bit interesting. They do a bit more damage than the throwing stars, but not a lot. Right, let's aggro these guys. Hey boys. Or girls. So one of you, I know one of you's a girl. Come on, come at me. Come on. Come on, you can't hit this. You can't hit this. Oh, okay, maybe you can hit. Ow, ow, okay, maybe you can hit this. Ow, bitch. Sorry. Oh, I'm not supposed to kill me. Alright, try again. I'm really, you know, actually, I'm an idiot. Right, okay. I was about to say, I'm regretting putting these people blocking the entrance. I can just fucking move them. I have the power! Oh, did I just delete her entirely? Shit, hang on. There we go. Alright then. There we go. Now I can just like, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Hey, excuse me, come through. See, the goblins, they're pretty friendly, man. They won't attack you unless you fuck them off. You're like, if you start causing them shit, they'll throw shit back at you. All right. Where am you, goblin merchant? Hey, buddy. Give me some shurikens, breeze, ice bombs, fire bombs. Spend the rest on shurikens. That'll do. Alright, so shuriken. There we go. Now we've got it. So R, Q. There we go. Q is throw. Ow! Okay, alright. 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 Oh, dear God, there's a lot of you. Yep, no, Joe, just, no, please, 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 no, please, please. Oh my God. Oh dear Lord, dear Lord. Yeah. Oh, I've run out. Run away. Switch to firebomb. Oh, I only had one. No. Ice bomb. Oh wait, no! I don't like it. That works, right? Okay, so that works. Right. So now I've got that was what I was gonna do, wasn't it? Alright, let's go and give some of these some descriptions. So the bones of an ancient warrior can be used to increase HP restore uses. The long dead remains of an ancient warrior. Their last act was to give their remains for the benefits of others. Soul gem, used for increasing the number of potions carried. Shortly, the discovery of these ancient crystals. Ancient crystals kickstarted. I didn't know how to fuck out list. The kickstarted the magic revolution. I mean, I'll change these down the line. I'm just putting them in for the time being, just so they've got it fills out the. I mean, they're not really that necessary because in your inventory it doesn't even show this information. Right, we'll save that. And content. Okay, so one of the things I want to do is I do kind of want to add more weapons. Oh yes. That's what we need. We need more throwable variants. That's what we need. Because currently I've got the firebomb and the ice bomb, but we've also got lightning, water, and earth stuff too. So if we look into these, each one does I believe, a flat value. So we can actually repurpose these. So let's grab this. We'll duplicate it and we'll do thunder grenade. Thunder throwable. Okay, so let's go into this, and instead of ice bomb explosion, we'll do, did I call it thunder? We called it lightning. What did it's in, I'm looking at it in the God damn theory is lightning spell. All right, there we go. All right, just use that. Yeah, thank you. The glass breaking sound is good. All right, that's fine. So now we need to go into our consumables and we need to add a new row. So let's add a new row. We'll call it 7 because that's how the system works. Weapon name. No, okay. Somebody give me a good name for a lightning grenade, like something that you throw and lightning comes out of. I keep thinking thunderball, but that's awful, and I need a better one. Oh, come on, somebody. I can't. My brain. I'll just put. I'm just gonna call it a lightning bomb, a thunder bomb. Thunder bomb. We'll call it that for now. We can always change it later on. All right, let's have a look at the ice bombs. A basic throwable delivers fire damage over an area of effect. So let's mimic that. So it's a basic throwable, and it delivers lightning damage over an area of effect. Sweet. We'll make it cost the same as the ice and fire bombs. The weapon blueprint is going to be our throwable. There we go, thunder throwable. And the extended description doesn't really matter. But what we do need to do is, like we did with the other one, go into our third person character and add it to the list of throwables. So let's just do that really quickly. Add pin. Boink. Boink. And then we'll make it number 7. And then what we'll do, just to test it out, is we'll go to this sneaky little chest I've got placed right around here, which normally has a mana crystal in it. But for this time, we will give it a thunder bomb. And this is how quick and easy it is to add new throwables to the game. It's just a few entries, and then the rest is kind of thumbnail work. So let's loot this. We should get Thunder Bomb obtained. As you can see, it's got no thumbnail yet, so it's not displayed that. But we should be able to equip it, and we should also be able to throw it. And it is literally that easy. Oh, mate. Right. So let's go into our Thunder Throwable, and let's make the there we go. Right, so let's grab you, and we kind of want to go to your model. Right, let's do this. So let's have a play with the materials. So we've got a lot of materials to choose from, as you can see. So the default one is red, which we'll be using for the firebomb. A is purple. That's probably work for dark. B is another version of purple. C seems to be a different version of purple. That one's another version of red. Oh, there we go. We've got the blue one. More blue. Oh, no, that's purple. More blue. More purple. Oh, okay, we're going to have to wait for that texture to compile. So smoke them if you got them, because this might take a minute or two, because Unreal does not like compiling shaders while I've got OBS running. And you can tell it's compiling shaders, because if you look in the top right where I'm selecting the material, it's got that checkerbox Unreal default there. Okay, another, of course it's another fucking blue one. Ooh, that could work. That could work. Right, for the time being, we will use this one. So it's Matt Dungeon 03. So it's already done it. Look at that. Right, now we need to change this particle system because obviously it being a thunder thing, it doesn't make any sense that it's got like an ice here. So let's do thunderstorm. I mean, yes. Yes. I like. So let's save all of that. Before we test it, there are a few little housekeepings I need to do. Oh no, shit. I've changed the actual ice potion. What I need to do is duplicate that. Potion thunder. That one needs to go back to dungeon 2. Right, we'll save that one. And that one needs to be Potion Thunder. There we go. Let's move that up just a little bit. Compile. Right, now let's go and chuck one of those around and see what happens. Ah, yes, we need to update the thumbnail. Housekeeping. Alright, Thunderbomb. Rid that shit. Yeah, boy. Alright, for the housekeeping, we need an image of it. So let's get it on a nice grey background. And we'll get rid of the grid. And we'll do a cheeky little print screen. And I'll load up GIMP. I don't know why I say it like that. Emphasize the P, GIMP. There we go. Right then. So edit, paste as new image, and we're just gonna crop it at first. So let's do Shift C, crop that. Nice. And then we'll do image canvas size. Where are you? There you are. And we want to size it to what we've already got. So let's center that, resize. And we're just going to get rid of that stuff at the top because the magic wand won't like that. And then we'll get the magic wand, get rid of the rest. And there we go. So now we want to do layer to image size. I'll probably scale it a little bit as well, actually, to be fair. So let's... There we go. That looks pretty much perfect. As you can see, I'm a big fan of... that'll do. I don't use measurements and things like that. I'm just like, if that looks about right, that looks about right. Because at the end of the day, a player is not going to get a ruler out when they're playing your game and measure how many pixels off a certain thing is from another thing. They just look at it. Yeah, because I speak English. But they're just going to look at it, and if it looks right to them, it looks right to them. Lightning boom. So now we can go into our contents. I believe it is in the inventory. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to have to create a folder for this at some point. So let's import that. UI. I don't know. It's going to my documents, hasn't it? UI. No, are you not in my documents? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're in my document. It's just... Okay, Windows. Yeah, Windows. Thank you. Just do me the... Yeah, give me the things I've done today. It's an easy way of finding it. All right, so into consumables, use that image, save all, and then boom. Yeah. Look, you get the logic, don't you, Rose? Like, I don't need to sit here with measurements and rulers. Like, if it looks good to me, it's going to look good to the player. I don't need to go any more in depth than that, really. And not being a massive corporation with hundreds of people, I can't afford to hang around fine-tuning everything. I've got to like get on it. But as you can see now, look, we've got our little thunder bomb icon. We can equip it. We can throw it. Whoosh. And sorted. Now we've got a thunder bomb. So what I really should do is the same thing for some of the other throwables. What do you think? And currently, though, I don't have any way of gifting them to the player other than through chests or merchants. So I think what I'm going to do is actually add a new weapon. Because that's quite straightforward as well. And I'm the knight doesn't really have anything. Like the bandits, like we've got goblin axes, we've got bone axes, we've got daggers and cutlasses, but there's not really anything for the knight type characters. So let's get this cutlass and duplicate it, and we'll just call it weapon basic sword. All right then. So now I'm going to show you how easy it is to add new weapons to this game. So we've got the combos that we can use. So let's get I want to do the axe heavy for its combo R2, and we've got the R1. Yep. So the dex bonus, we don't want. Oh yes, a claymore would. Oh yes, a claymore would be awesome. Actually, I'll have a look in a minute. You know, I'll do that now actually, because the stamina and things, that the cost for that is going to be greatly different if it's going to be a claymore. So let's search for sword. So great sword straight. Oh, rose. Is that's what we're talking about, isn't it? That's what. Okay, yeah, we're doing this. Right. Rename claymore. It's happening. That looks perfect. The problem is it facing the right direction? So let me just open up the cutlass again. So the hilt needs to be perpendicular to the X direction, I think. Let me have a look at all the other ones. Yep, definitely. That's how I'm doing it. Right, okay. So let's get that. We'll rotate it through 90. There we go. Sweet. We'll get the collision volume as well, because that's going to need to be changed. And we'll move that. So let's move it up. Close it in. Close it in. So you want to have the weapon, the collision box, overlap the weapon. So you can see it's a little bit bigger. It extends beyond the end of the blade. It extends beyond the side of the blade. Because like, you in your mind, you think, I want the weapon to hit the enemy. But when you're playing the game, a lot of the time, strikes that you think should hit won't. So like, I tend to be a little bit generous with the hitboxes, because a player would rather hit the enemy than miss it and feel cheated. So giving them a little bit of leeway is a lot more enjoyable. It's like very often the hit that should kill you might not always, like how many times have you seen me in an encounter on this and I've come away with a sliver of HP? The reason I've done that is because when the player is about to die and take that last hit, if there's a percentage of their health, so say for example you're going to get hit for 30 damage and you have 30 health, like there's a little bit of wiggle room there to say, well, this hit might not kill you. It will reduce you to 1 HP, where it should reduce you to 0, and sometimes it will reduce you to 0. But other times, it's much more satisfying for a player to skate by the skin of their teeth and feel like they've cheated death. And it's the same with the collision volumes on the weapons. Like, it's much more satisfying to get a hit. Rose with less than half a health after I got... Yeah, exactly. We were saying that when you were streaming it the other day. I don't know how you got out of that. That's how you got out of that situation, because I gave you that little bit of leeway. And you felt like an absolute badass. And that's one of the things in game design that a lot of people don't realize. It's not about the math. It's not about making things exactly perfect. Sometimes you've got to tweak the rules a little bit to make the experience fun for the player. So with that in mind, when we're gonna go and set up now the bonuses for this weapon. So like, it's not gonna have a good dex bonus. It's a claymore. It shouldn't have. Yeah, you was reckoning with your skill too. I won't lie. So we're gonna really drastically reduce the dex bonus on that, but we're gonna give it 1 hell of a strength bonus, and we're gonna rename it to Claymore. It's not a casting device, so you don't have to worry about that or the mana cost. We've set up the combos, and now also we need to increase the stamina cost. So we're going to give it 15 for a light attack, and we're going to give it 25 for a heavy attack, and its base attack value is going to go through the roof because it is a heavy weapon. So now we've got the blueprint set up, we need to add that into the game, much like we did with the consumables. So we're going to go to our inventory, and we're going to get our weapons data table. And we're going to add a new entry. And it's going to be number 13. Lucky number 13. Weapon name. Claymore. Just because I'm feeling a little bit mischievous, and I'm a big fan, I'm going to put the description for now is just going to read, there can be only one. Cost, I think they think it should be pretty pricey, so we'll put the cost at $650. Weapon blueprint is going to be basic claymore, and the extended description. Some knights were stronger than others. This great sword represents a knight's devotion to their duty. Again, we need a picture for it, so let's navigate to the mesh. There it is. Navigate there. And we'll do exactly what we did with the potion. So let's get rid of the grids. We'll FM print screen. We can paste that right into here now. So edit, paste as new layer. And we'll move it along. It's a little bit big for the window, so let's scale it down a little, and that looks about perfect. Right, we'll use the magic wand to get rid of the rest of it, and we'll layer to image size. So we'll get rid of that, and we'll hide you, and then layer to image size. There we go. So now when we move it around, we won't have the rest of the picture. We'll we'll rotate it a little bit. And then Control F. Control F. There we go. So Control Shift D. UI light bomb instead of lightning bomb. It's going to be Claymore. When Gimp decides, like, I need a new I need to start a bloody hood cutty called. I need to start a bloody GoFundMe or something for a new PC. UI Claymore. Oh, I put an L at the front. Never mind. It is what it is. Oh, there's a bloody fly in my drink again. Damn it. Oh, why this shit for you, fly? Right, okay. So now we need to go back to our icons again. So inventory, I believe. Yes. I'm going to create a folder for these in a minute because I'm getting way too many. So UI L Claymore. There we go. All right, so back into the weapons data table. We can now add that in. Boom, done, sweet, sexy, and sorted. So now, in theory, at least, if we go into here and we type 13, we change that from consumable to weapon. I don't know if I need to change the data table, but I'm going to change it anyway. So let's go and have a look. So now we should be able to get our Claymore out. Yes, they do. There we go. Claymore obtained. It showed me the little message. There we go. We got our icon. There we go. Look, it even shows you the base damage, the strength bonus, and the total damage you're going to do. So currently we're doing 50 plus 0.9 plus 0.7. That one's going to be doing 80 plus 2.2 plus 0.5. So it scales off your stats as well. There we go. Look at that bad boy. 1, 2, 3, and it's heavy attack. Wash. Oh, that is beauty. That's a thing of beauty. That is a thing of beauty. I was going to put it through its paces. Come on, lads. And ladies. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, I mean, hang on. I want to fight you around the torches because the shadows confuse me. Oh, boy, howdy. I am pleased with that. I am pleased with that. And that's how quickly and easily you can add shit. Because what I did painstakingly so was set everything up in advance. So it was really easy. You add a picture, you add a description, you create a blueprint, boom, new weapon. You know, let's go mad. Let's add another one. Like, why not? Fuck it. Let's go into our weapons section and see what else we got. Weapons. Oh, we got a, oh, we don't have any Warhammers. Warhammer could be good. But then again, and also at the same time, I don't want to, yeah, you do need to make a weapon list. You do. Like, this is what this is what makes me really happy. Like, the whole community's coming together. Like, Tom's writing the lore for the game. You're coming up with new weapons and abilities to add. And that just leaves me free to focus on coding the game. It's actually really, really beneficial to me. I mean, look at all these different shields as well. Like, I've got loads of Warhammer of the Zerker. Yes. I think that's going to come with the next race I introduce, to be honest. Like, because, I mean, at the moment, we're missing some pretty obvious fantasy characters, like dwarves are a good example. So I think a Warhammer would be a perfect dwarf weapon. So when I add dwarves, I think I'll add the Warhammer then. Let's go and find, actually, no, let's put this back to what it was before. So it was a mana crystal. There we go. All right, so that chest is done. Let's go find the merchant lady. And we'll add the claymore to what she sells. There we go. It's that simple. Just add a number to her inventory. Right, I think the next thing I need to do is this particular trap here needs to be animated. Actually, I'm going to get rid of these spikes for now because they just get in the way. But I will be adding an animated version of that down the line. No, I don't want to show you the golem. Cheating. Don't. That's secrets. Spoils. Can't be giving you no spoilers, Rose. Stop asking for them. I mean, what we can do is have a look through some of these swords, actually, because we've got this great sword here, which is, I think, the one I used. No, actually, that's not the one I used, is it? It's more like Cloud's Buster Sword. Pickaxe of Destruction. That's true, but they also are well known for their warhammers. They're big blacksmiths, aren't they? Like in my canon, the dwarves are more about shaping and making the weapons and making the metals than they are about mining the resources. Oh, that's a nice. Oh, I like that. Like a lethal hockey stick. Well, Tom had a good idea for the dwarves, actually. He thinks that the dwarves in this game, oh, I like that, should be hybrids. So that because of what happened when the humans destroyed the sky and forced everyone underground to kill the dragons, the dwarves and the elves were forced to live together. And over the centuries, they put aside their differences and interbred. So in the canon that Tom's coming up with, the dwarves and the elves, there are no dwarves or elves. They've kind of merged into one hybrid race. Yes. So we have all of the things that I wanted to do basically today all set up. So the game is essentially ready to go. I just need to pack it up and get it over to you. I'm going to put it on my itch. I really should have put my itch link in the stream text, shouldn't I? Or something like that. But I think I've done pretty much every... Oh, no, wait. Hang on a minute. Weapons. Throwables. We don't have the other throwables yet. We got the water. We've got fire, ice, and thunder, but there's also water and ground. But I don't think I'm going to put those in potion form, because I want the mage to have something that sets them apart from the other classes. So for the time being, we'll make it limited so the other classes can have access to throwables. You know what, actually, as well? I need to make these buyable. Where's merchant bitch? All right, data table. Let's add a few entries. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. It is 6, isn't it? No, it's 7. 6 is the shuriken. Well, she can sell a few shurikens, and then she can sell some bombs. There we go. Sorted. So yeah, the Elden Dwarf weapon could be ancient too. That has lasted because dwarves don't usually make anything hard. Yeah, that's true. That's one of the reasons why I've kind of held off on creating the dwarf race yet, because there's going to be a lot of lore-based things that go into that. And I need to have the models, the animations, the backstories and stuff before I start adding. That's one of the reasons why I've held off adding new classes. It took me a good couple of weeks to get the mage class up and running, which now is actually really quite fun. So let's do something that's going to be quite useful to the player. Okay, so let's go into the UI, and I'm going to create a widget. Actually, I could probably. There we go. Yeah. So let's add a text block to this. Exactly. Shut up and take my money. All right. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a hit point reader. So when you get hit, it'll show you how much damage has been done with you. Yeah, Rose, I want this to be a real thing. I want it to go the distance. So I've got to really treat it with an element of respect. It's not just a cheap asset flip or a cash grab. It's like something I'm actually quite passionate about. I'm just going to set that to 999 for the time being, just so I've got a visual indication of what's happening with it. And let's animate it. So let's do animation anim damage readout. So what this is going to do is when an enemy gets hit, it's going to give you an indication of how much damage they're taking. So we're going to make it a variable, and we're going to call it text damage display. And then for the animation, what we'll do is we'll set a timeline, and we'll track it, and we'll do render opacity. We'll start at 0. 0.5 will go to 1. At 2, we'll have another 1. And then at 2.5, we will go back to 0. So it'll be like damage comes up. Yeah, actually, probably make that a bit shorter. So let's go back to the start. There we go. 9. Yeah, so it'll show you briefly how much damage you're doing to that enemy. We'll animate it and make it bounce around and stuff later on. Yeah, the group is. I'm so glad that everyone has kind of rallied around and supported me with this. Like, got Tom writing the story, you thinking about weapons and abilities, Raph thinking about cooldowns, and like, everyone's kind of bringing their own little bit of expertise back. I might even resurrect the Discord. So we want this to be its render opacity to be 0 to begin with. Yeah, there we go. So damage text, render opacity 0. Yeah, sweet. Let's just let's just check that out first of all, because I want to make sure that that's working correctly. So let's go and hit something. Make sure the numbers aren't coming up. Yeah, there we go. The numbers aren't coming up. Sweet. Right. So graph. Add custom events. Display damage. Now, what we're going to do with this is we're going to just simply play that animation. Because that's all we need to do. We're going to feed the actual damage information into it in a different way. So let's get that. And we'll put it into animation. So now, yeah, I kind of had a Discord a while ago when I was working on Where is Gavin, but like the anxiety of having to maintain it and stuff really kind of got to me. But I'm starting to see now it's oh wait, hang on. Oh, yeah, display. I'm not calling the I'm an idiot. I keep doing. I get too far ahead. Enemies, enemy master. There we go. Right. Hit reaction events. So where are we taking the damage? Here we go. Here's where we're taking the damage. So set health to, and we're going to get our incoming damage. Right. So what we need here is health less than or equal to 0. Yeah. So these are our kill events. So we want to move that along a little bit. And we want to grab all of this and move it along. No, I didn't grab it all. All right, grab all of this and move it along. All right, sweet. So we're setting our health. So we're taking the damage, we're getting our health, we're taking our incoming damage, and we're setting our health value. So what we need to do from this is get our widget. Where's our widget? Right, there we go. Get W health. And we're gonna what did I call it? Display damage. Okay, now we need to cast first. Cast to what? Oh, get widget. Get. Yeah. Cast to UI AI help. There we go. So we're going to plug that into that. We're going to plug that into that. Grab this, move it along. Grab these, move them to. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put those there. That's the stuff I need to do off this. So display damage. There we go. I'm doing this intentionally, step by step, to demonstrate how, like, I mean, I guess you could kind of use this stream as a bit of a tutorial if you really wanted to. So, like, let's go hit this guy. Oh, wait. Okay. It's not displaying the damage. Oh, UA health. Play animation. Yeah, so it's calling the function. Oh, I think it might be because I've anchored it in the wrong place, maybe. Let's try that again. Because like, when you anchor something, it displays relative to the screen position, so that could have been it. I was going to use a separate. There we go. So now we got the damage numbers coming up. So what we need to do now is go into this here, graph, and we're going to add an input. Can we add an input? Yes, we can add an input. So we'll add incoming damage. And we'll make that a float. Sweet. And then what we can do is we can get text to damage display. We can set text. We're going to drop that right in the middle here. Set our incoming damage to be the text that we want it to display. There we go. So now, when we hit them, it should actually display the damage that we're doing. So let's go test that out. 0. Okay. Nope. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I didn't connect this up. God, I keep doing this. This is the worst, like my worst bad habit. I'll come up with something cool and then I'll forget to set it up properly. There we go. Right, that should do it. So now we've taken our incoming damage, we're feeding it into display damage, which is taking that incoming damage, converting it to a text value, setting that text of the damage display variable to that text, and then playing the animation to animate it in and out. Yeah, no, you tell me game development's easy. Fucking just look at the last 2 hours of my life. This shit is not easy. But now, we should have a working damage display. I mean, I'm probably going to use this for debug only. There we go. Every time we hit them, it's showing us exactly how much damage we do. Oh yeah, all right. Jesus, dude. Christ on a bike. Angry much. So, what else can we do with this? We can animate it a little bit too. So, what I kind of want to do is when it's at 0, I want let's add a transform field. All right. So when it's at 0, I kind of want it to be about here. So we'll add a pin to translation, and then at the midpoint, I want it to have another pin. And then that is going to be up on the Y and across on the X. And then at the end, I want it to be further along on the X, but down on the Y. So let's see how that looks. So you kind of got the idea. It's bouncing up and out. Let's move that along a little bit. And we'll move that as well. Can you just like, can I grab these, please? Please? Like, let me grab. All right, let's try that now. It's just a case of fine tuning the key. There we go. Fine tuning the keyframes. So let's see how that looks now. As you can see, like I'm adding a lot of features, but I'm not trying to spend too much time. Like each one of these I'll come back to and fine tune later on. There we go. There we go. We got magic numbers, damage numbers shooting out of enemies. Now, one thing I need to do is hang on a minute. No, it should be, even if they're dying, it should still do this. No, that's correct. Is it the first hit? Is it the second hit? We're doing it off the set health command, cast the AI health, display damage. If it's less than, we're going to do this. Sweet. Okay. Well, that's actually working as intended. So, let's test the magic as well. Let's go and grab the... Because what I want to do is I want to go and test it at base. Because like this character has got all base stats. Like, you know, the strength modifier, intelligence modifier. It's all the default values. So kind of what I want to do is test it using this character. Then make a mage and see what the difference is. So give me that goblin staff. Thank you very much. Let's equip that. And then let's target one of these guys. So we're doing a little bit of damage with that, okay. One of the things we need to do is damage display, render opacity. Yeah, it's set to, why is it? Right, there we go, render opacity. There we go, 0. Now, when we target lock them, the health will not come up. There we go. It will only come up when we hit them. Nice. Another thing that's bothering me about that is the decimal points, which is easily solved. We'll just go into this and we'll change the max fractional digits to 1. And then that should fix that problem. So let's just quickly go and test that out. There we go. Nicely. Okay, so I'm actually running out of things to do today. Like my daily goal list is almost fulfilled. I mean, let's just do a quick little recap, right? We've added multiple different pain noises for each different enemy. We've added a new weapon. We've added a new 2 new throwables. We've added we've updated the amount of animations that each enemy can have, given them much more variation in their attacks and their abilities. We've updated the variety of hit reactions that they can have as well. I mean, I can't really think that there's a whole lot more that I can actually realistically add today that isn't already done. Stop! No, I'm not. You're not showing you the golem. It's secret. You can't have it. What to do? What to do? What to do? I think the only thing left is to pack it up and go get something to eat. Oh wait, no, I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. Oh well, I say want to do. I know what I need to do. We need to go into our third person character and we need to get, yeah, now let Rose get a hold of it. That's what we need to do. Okay, where are we? Where am I looking? Recharge stamina. Where's my target lock? I really need to start labeling this stuff. Okay, well, you can see how many bloody bits of code I've got. Where is it? Recharge stamina. Use montage. Player hit reaction. Player die. Where's the target lock? Ah, here we go. Target lock. Right. Radius. 150. We don't want to. Well, we want to draw debug for the time being, but not permanently. So let's just. There we go. That's much better. And lock whichever target I really want to now. Yeah, there we go. Don't you hit me, bitch. Sweet. And I realized now, yeah, you can hit them multiple times, so the damage will. What? Ow! What? All right, calm down, mate. All right, I'm gonna go in. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, wasn't it? I was gonna go. Okay, yeah. All right. Title. Save selected. Combo and Doge. Right, I'm gonna leave that playing for a second while I go pee. Christ, I thought that was never going to end. Right then, new game. Oh, you need to set the settings menu as well. Probably should make that something of a priority. Right, so we want to be the mage. There we go. I'm going to be a lady mage, and I'm going to call her Gavin. Alright, so let's just whack. I'm going to bump everything into intelligence, because we were doing about 80 with the base spell. So 30 levels of intelligence should equate to a pretty decent buff. And also, we already start with our flame staff, because obviously we're a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. So if we we've target locked that one. So oh, hang on a minute. Oh, there we go. Oh yes, nearly double the damage. Oh yes. There we go. Oh, that was a thing. That was a thing of beauty. Can we one-shot the Skellybobs? We can! We can one-shot the Skellybobs! Oh, some of them. Maybe, sometimes. Under the right circumstances, it seems. There we go. Oh, mate, yes. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me just switch to my mana potions. Right. One thing I want to do, I want to extend the range on the target lock. So let's do that now. So 900. Let's go to 1500. You're a wizard, Gavin. Oh god, Rose, I love that you're the even if you're the only person talking, I'm glad it's you. So yeah, like, what do you think? Have I done enough? Have I added enough new shit, enough cool shit that you want to play with? I suppose what I could do as a wind down is go to project settings. And we'll go to input. Okay, so let's go through the controls. So let's add some stuff for sprint. We'll do gamepads. And we want face button right. So that's going to be the B button. So B is sprint. And we want right. Right. Gamepad, right shoulder. There we go. So right shoulder is light attack. Sprint is the B button. Heavy attack is going to be gamepad. Where's right trigger? Right trigger access now. Right trigger access. Gamepad. Right. Right trigger. There we go. So heavy attack is right trigger. Sprint is the B button. Light attack will be RB. Interact. We're gonna have gamepad face button bottom. So that's gonna be A. Block. We don't really need that yet, but we'll do left shoulder. Inventory is I, and we'll add gamepad special left. So that in theory should be the back button on an Xbox controller. Target lock, we'll do right thumb stick button, which I think is when you click it in. I'm pretty sure that's when you click it in. Use consumable. Gamepad face left. So that should be the X button, I believe. Throw is Q. And we'll add gamepad face button top. So that will be your Y button for throwing an item. So we've got A, X, B, and Y being used. Cast is going to be gamepad trigger left. And then the axis mappings should be all done. move right, turn right. See, I've got I've got a way of really testing, like Rose. You're gonna have to test this for me later, because these turn rates and things, I don't know if they're applying. I don't have an Xbox controller connected to my PC at the moment, so. But for the most part, oh wait, jump. Oh fuck. Hang on a minute. No, we don't want gamepad face button bottom for that. Get rid of that. What does I use for sprint? Using gamepad face button right and left control. Jump. Ooh, I know. I'll do it Dark Souls style. Thumbstick. Left thumbstick. Button. Left thumbstick button. There we go. There you go. So that's how long it took to make this game, make the control scheme compatible with controllers. It's gamepads. It's that easy. So yeah, I think that is pretty much everything. Oh, it's not everything I wanted to add today, but it's everything I can think of that was on my list of things to add today. So we've added new throwables. We've got the shurikens, we've got the lightning bombs, we've got the 5 different magic types, the 5 different casting types. We've added a new weapon. We've made the enemies make random pain noises specific to their race. We've have them do random hit reactions. We've given them much more combat ability in the terms of decision making. They can do what attack they're going to do, or if they're going to dodge or anything like that. We've adjusted them so that they have a pain chance, so every time you hit them they won't always flinch. I think, to be honest, for like 2.5, well, not even 2.5 hours work, I think that was a pretty decent amount of content to have added to the game. And also, the mage's intelligence stat is actually doing a little bit of significant stuff to the spellcasting now, which is actually really, really good. And the only thing I'm thinking that could be heal, throw, where's cast? Here we go, input action cast, as weapon master, get MP current and mana cost. And we're going to play the montage, and we're going to deduct the mana cost. So the calculations are actually being taken place in the weapons themselves, so that could be something I could look at later down the line. But I think I did good. What do you think, Rose? Got 2 new races planned in my mind for the player to be able to choose from, because currently the classes, there's only 4 classes: Knight, Mage, Thief, and Bandit. I'm going to add Goblin and Dwarf, but gimme. Gimme. That's the best compliment I could ever get. Right, I'm going to save it. Save all. I'm going to go File. I'm going to go Package Project. Select folder, and there you go, it's packing. So couple hours, it will be in your hands, it will be on my itch page. So if anyone wants to go visit that, it's grumpymunkyindie.itch.io, I think. Rose will know. Ask Rose. She's my marketing manager. So before I go, let's have like a little 10-minute wind down, a little bit of a powwow, and have a bit of chat about what other stuff we can add. So I've gone over the dwarves and the goblins. We've already decided we need more weapons. Like the claymore was a brilliant suggestion, and obviously it didn't take me that long to implement it. But what else? Do you have any other ideas of things that I can incorporate into this? Like things that might exist in other fantasy RPGs that I can put a different spin on? I mean, obviously things like poison, fire, frost, burn, doing damage over time, things like that. I've already accounted for stuff like that. You know, like I'm looking for ideas of things that I haven't thought of yet. So if you've got any ideas, shout them out in the chat, and we will get it. We will get on it. On it like a bonnet, as they say in Red Alert, and do not say in England at all, even though it's associated with the UK. You have like 5 more minutes, then I'm going for a nap because I've done a good job, and I'm fucking want to see you play the shit out of it. I wanted to get a build up last night, but I was so fucking tired. I think I was in bed by about 8:30. I was just done. You'd be surprising how mentally taxing this is. Like, it actually makes you physically exhausted. Well, we got the claim. Let's not tell Alex about the claymore. Let's leave it. Let's leave it to be a happy little surprise. Well, I think it's a good idea to keep the streams specific to a single class because the way I'm updating the game, each class is going to end up being very different. So if you play all classes now, then they're going to be very different to if you play all classes in 2 months' time. Or even 2 weeks' time, or even 2 hours' time at the rate of knots I'm going through this. Like setting up all those little things in advance so that I can just add values into tables really is speeding up the development process on this game so much. I can't even like. I mean, people who understand game design are going to realize how beneficial that is, but people who don't won't. But it really is a game changer. I mean, just look how quickly I added a new weapon, and you were like, add a sword, and then 2 minutes later, I was swinging it around and twatting folks with it, with its own stamina counts, its own different attack values, its little image in the thing, and its description. Like, once I've like finished all the mechanics, it's going to be really simple to put all these things into play. Yeah, exactly. Play all of them, but they're all going to be very different. So you'll have a very different experience now playing the thief to what you're going to have an experience in a week's time once they add in the dodge roll and all of that shit. Well, I'm pretty pleased with it so far. I think I've added a lot of new stuff since the last version. Like I don't think it's gonna you're gonna play it and think, oh my god, this is a completely different game. But you're gonna play it and be like, whoa, okay, you've added shit. Oh, Rose, that means the world to me. Like, I'm actually really flabbergasted that you and Alex, because like I play it and I see every time I test play it, all I can see is what's missing. Like, I can't really enjoy what's there because I'm like, oh wait, I need to do this. Okay, wait, I need to do that. So in my mind, I'm making a mental checklist of all the problems. So I'm only ever seeing the negatives. You know. And that's why I appreciate you and Alex playing it, because you don't look at it that way. You see all the stuff that's really cool. You're like, oh my god, you did this. Oh my god, you did that. Oh my god, that thing looks really cool. But in my head, I'm not seeing that. Because when I set the ice spell, I'm like, okay, right, it's working. I'm not going, oh my god, that looks amazing. I'm like, yeah, I get it, it works. Right, moving on. Next thing, firebomb. I don't give myself that time to enjoy it. I don't get to enjoy my accomplishment. I'm always thinking about the next thing I've got to do. When I sit down and watch you and Alex play through it and see you guys enjoying it and having fun with it, and I'm like, that's what I meant for this game to be. It's really difficult to put myself in that position. So I'm always thinking, like, every time I see you do, like when you went up to those things and you couldn't open them, or went up to that hatch and you wanted to go down it, like, I'm not like going, oh god, they're playing my game. I'm going, okay, that's the thing I need to add. That's the thing I need to add. I need to do that. I need to fix this. I need to add this. I need to change the sound effects on that. Like, I'm making a mental checklist of everything that's wrong with it. So I'm always getting a negative impression. So I always think it's worse than it is. And that's where it means the world to me that you and Alex are spending so much time testing it and playing it and enjoying it. Because you guys are seeing it in a way that I can't. And it's kind of sad. I mean, it's the ultimate, like, irony, really, that I'm spending all this time creating a game that I would love to play, but I can never enjoy playing it. I can enjoy watching other people play it, but I can never enjoy it for myself, and that's kind of sad. I mean, when it's finished, maybe, but even then, I'm still going to be looking at it going, that effect could be better, that sound effect could be better, that visual effect could be better, I could have done a better thing here, I could have given some iframes on the dodge. I'm never going to be satisfied. And that's why it's so important to get it out to people to play. Because you guys can be satisfied for me, if that makes sense. Yeah. We are our own worst critics. But the thing as well is it's difficult for me as a single person to think, like, I'm really good at this. Like, I made this. I did all this by myself. And then other people play it and go, oh yeah, it's a cool game. That's just fun. That's like, oh yeah, there's this thing that's wrong with it. And I'm like, do you understand the hundreds of hours, thousands of hours that went into making this? You play it for 15 minutes and then give me your opinion. Like, what is that opinion supposed to mean? Compared to the amount of time, yeah, you're dissatisfied with it. You think this is shit. You think that could be better. I get that. But do you also understand how much blood, sweat, and tears it took to even get that to your doorstep? And that's one of the biggest fears I have. I don't like want. I don't hate criticism. I think it makes me a better developer. But I want that criticism to be constructive, not destructive. And, well, that's what I don't want, Rose. I don't want it to be a case of turning into playing with blocks. I don't fear over criticism. I fear... Well, I wouldn't even say fear. I dislike unnecessary criticism. Like, if people are critiquing things that I've already got on the back burner to fix, those criticisms are irrelevant because I've already critiqued it myself. Like, I already know that's a problem. I don't need to be told that's a problem because I already know that's a problem. What I want people to look at is the bigger picture. the whole thing as an entire entity and judge it on its merits. As is it enjoyable? Is it fun to play? I appreciate that, Rose. Like, it's really, because the thing is, right, and I got taught this when I went to work for the AA, 9 out of 10 people who have a bad experience will tell someone they had a bad experience, but only 1 in 10 people will tell people they had a good experience, because you expect the experience to be good. So when it meets your expectations, you don't feel the need to go, oh, yes, this met my expectations. You only make a point when it doesn't. So you'll complain when you get bad service almost all of the time. But when you get good service, you'll only reward the waiter 1 in 10 times. So good criticism is hard to come by, and whenever you get it, it means 10 times more than negative because it's 10 times more valuable. Somebody got good service, they got exactly what they were asking for and went above and beyond to congratulate you. Whereas with negative service, the second you get disappointed or served a shit meal or something, you will immediately complain. There's no like 1 in 10 there. That's like almost constant. So people get a lot of negative feedback because people who are disappointed are more likely to leave feedback than people who were pleased. People who were pleased will just move on. You get a McDonald's, you get a pizza, it tastes perfect, it was exactly what you ordered. You don't go onto the website and say, man, this pizza was amazing, it was exactly what I ordered. No, you don't. But if the pizza's late and the pizza's soggy or your drink's been spilled on it, you go right onto that order form and you go, this is unacceptable, they spilled my drink on my pizza. And you do that every single time. So negative feedback is way easier to come across. Yeah, exactly. Leave a better tip, the better the service. It's a little way of saying thank you. Oh, it's finished. Let's just stable. Minimize Unreal. Oh, I still got GIMP going. GIMP, I love that. I love that. It's such a stupid name for a brilliant piece of software. All right, then let's have a little look. You're not far off there. I think it actually stands for Generic Image Manipulation Program. So, as a guess, that was actually pretty on the money. And of course, we got to call him Gandalf. Let's give him a bit. I'm gonna put the points about realistically. So we'll give him some in intelligence, some in endurance. And you have to give him some fucking vitality because this guy's got no hit points to speak of. I think that's a pretty good stat distribution. All right then, sweet. And of course, as a mage, we already start with our little flame staff. So let's focus this guy. Oh, look at that damage. 148. Ow! No, stop it! Stop it! You bad goblin, you! I think what I need to do... Oh, shit, I'm playing the actual game, aren't I? I'm not the fucking... I'm not in the editor. Alright, hang on, Alt F4. What I need to do is... Rose, we'll sort that out with you later on. Don't worry about that. What I need to do is make sure... where is it? Where is it? UI. AI health. Bad goblin, you turns to yes. All right, let's add a throbber because it's going to be the easiest. I'm not going to have to go searching for shit then. All right, let's do that. There we go. All right, so I'm not going to fuss about too much, but I'm just going to make sure that this actually shows up when we target an enemy. So let's go back to the tutorial map. So we don't have to fuss about with making a character. And what I want is to have... Hey, Sarah! It's been a while, man. How you doing? God, it's got to have been about a month at least, surely. Dude, see for yourself, my guy. See for yourself, my guy. I've added so much new stuff to it. I couldn't even show you all at once. I've done the same stupid thing I always do. And not anchored it properly. There we go. So basically what I'm trying to do right now is just get it. So when you target lock an opponent, you get like a nice little ring to show you who you've got target locked. There we go. So basically I'm just using the generic Unreal Throbber right now. Come on then, come at me. Come on guys. Oh, you're bringing in some friends. That's cool. We can party. Alright, okay. Owie! Motherfuckers! Huge! I don't know what that little spinny thing is all about. I think it's because I'm not disabling the... Oh, you're done with your final exams. Sweet. How did you do? Have you not got the results back yet? There we go. So now we've got our little target. Let's just adjust that a little bit. So we'll make it a bit smaller. And we'll put it a little bit more towards the center. That's looking pretty good. And while I'm in here, let's center that. And we'll center that. Just little tiny bits. Yes, that because I've at the moment I've added it in. So whenever you hit them, this UI will show up showing how much damage they've taken, but I haven't coded it in to say only show the circle when they're your current target. So if we take this, we move that across here, we can add in a little bit here that will get the current lock target from the player's character. And then it will check against this to see if it's the current lock target, and then it will display the throbber. But for the time being, just to make sure it's coming up when you do actually target lock them, I've just kind of down and dirtied it. So when I hit them, it'll come up. Briefly. But if you target lock them, it will stay there permanently. So if I unlock him, it's gone. If I lock him, it's there. But if I hit multiple, they'll all get that little target lock symbol for the time being. But it's just for testing purposes, really. It's just so I can figure out whereabouts on the UI is the best place to put the throbber. Because, like, obviously, I want to be able to see that quite consistently. So having them having it show every time they get hit is just a little bit easier for me to visualize, because then I can just run up to them, smack them. Is it in the right place? No. So, like, see right there, it's a little bit too high. So you can go back into the UI, move it down a little, that kind of thing. But yeah, you've pretty much joined in, unfortunately. Well, no, I wouldn't say unfortunately. It's getting close to the end of the stream. I've been going for about nearly 3 hours. I've added a bunch of new stuff. So we've changed up the enemy movement patterns now. So they've got evasive actions. We've got multiple different pain sound effects for them based on an array that pulls a value. The same with their hit animations and things like that. So what I'm doing right now is really just, see that now it's a little bit too low, but as I get closer to them, it moves more towards the center. I kind of like that, I think. But I think what I need to do ultimately, put it on their groin for the for the dick. But yeah, I've added the magic system too. So if I go into this, because I know it's been a while since you attended the stream, so I'll just quickly show you some of the new stuff that I've added. So if we run across over here, I've sorted out the inventory as well. So now when you hover over various weapons that you've got, it'll give you a description. It'll show you your base damage, your strength bonus, your dex bonus, and how much damage you're going to do realistically. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I like it when people join in. Like, we've had a few viewers here and there, and no one's really been talking over them, Rose. So it's nice for people to show up. I've added a bunch of new weapons as well. Like, we've got the Goblin Bone Axe, the Goblin Staff. So let's go buy the staff. I've added all the fire bombs, ice bombs, shurikens, throwing stars. Don't aim. Center mass, is that what you're saying, Rose? Thank you, Sarah. I like that. I'm really proud of the UI. I've spent a lot of time on it. I like little things like the sound effects as well. Like the little whooshes. Just little touches like that. All right, so now we've got the Goblin Axe. Oh, don't worry, it's gonna get dirtied up a little bit. It's gonna go over some revisions. So if we equip the Goblin Axe and we you got the little particle effects of the, because it's each casting device is the foot, because the thing is, all of the enemies currently are using the same animation montage for their movement and the same animation blueprint, and each of those animation montages I've got notifications to play footstep sound effects. So what I need to do is to go into the blueprints of the enemies, and on those montage notifiers have them play footstep sound effects that are more akin to what character they would be. It's just at the moment everyone's using the main character's footsteps. So once I've gone in and done all the different sound effects, like each enemy will ultimately have their own footstep sounds. But for the time being, just to get everything working, I'm using the same animation blueprint for everyone. Yeah, I do stream on Twitch from time to time. Not really consistently. Like, normally when I'm on Twitch, I'm streaming me playing something rather than me developing. Like, YouTube is where I've built my kind of people who want to see what my games are like. Yeah, that one from 4 weeks ago, that would be the one that I first met you on. I'm kind of really new to this whole streaming thing. But yeah, look, there we go. We got our target lock. Let's fucking hit him with some goblin magic. You ready for this? Woof! Look at... Oh god, I'm getting fucked up. No, let me... I want to live! Oh, yes. Oh, shit. There we go. And then you can hear the different goblin grunts. You see the new hit effects I've got. Oh, I am gonna... Yeah, I'm dead. Oh my days. Yeah, I am getting shit on by my own creation, but I love it. I love it. It's actually coming... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I noticed a problem. I just noticed a bug. All right, content. Where is it? UI, you died. It's not restoring my MP. So let's move you along. And we're going to get from the game instance, we're going to get MP max. We're going to set MP max, MP current. There we go. To MP max. And just because I'm really OCD when it comes to this. Oh yeah, no, the ability tree is coming. Rose actually was the genesis of the ability tree because she was like, well, why doesn't the thief have a role instead of a sidestep? And I was like, that's a very good question. Maybe they should. So each class is gonna have their own ability tree. Like Rose just pointed out, it will be in the works. It is coming. We've already discussed it. And we've been discussing passive and active abilities for the different classes as well. So that will be part of the ability tree. Like the thief will be able to spec into a role instead of a dodge, whereas the knight will be able to spec into magically imbuing their swords, a la Final Fantasy IX Steiner type things. So each character class is going to have its own unique traits, but all of those are going to be linked to a skill tree. They've got a kind of hybrid approach to the... It started out as kind of like a Dark Souls based game, but I've got some ideas for mechanics that I don't know if they're going to work, but I'm going to try them. Like one of them is not giving the player the skill points, but giving it to the weapons. So, for example, the more you use a certain sword, the better you'll get with it. Yeah, they are. They're fucking... This is what I do. Sorry, this is like... I have the same problem. Whenever I want to learn something new on Unreal, I'll sit down, I'll watch a tutorial. 10 minutes in, I've learned what I need to do, and then I log out the video, because I'm not sitting there for the next 45 minutes. Like, all I needed to do was this one specific thing. Like, all I needed to know was how to do this. I didn't need to know the entirety of the tutorial. I know most of that shit already. I just, like, didn't know how to do this one very specific thing. So you're sitting there watching a video that's nearly an hour long of telling you stuff you already know, just looking for that one tiny bit you don't. And it's a complete waste of complete waste of time, because like a lot of people will cover the same stuff again and again and again, but they'll cover it in different ways. Yes, legendary weapons that need sacrifice to work properly. We've been touching on this as well in terms of abilities. Like certain abilities, like say for example, you cast a magic protection shell on yourself. Does it take does it deplete your mana? And you're using the mana as the shield, your MP, and then once your MP is depleted, it starts doing damage. Or you've got options where you're sacrificing your HP to preserve your MP. Yeah, 5 episodes. Let's make a blueprint from scratch. Let's do all this stuff. Like, here you go. This is how you set up a project. You select first person template. I'm like, dude, come on, man. Make tutorials for people who are already used to Unreal. I've been using Unreal for about 8 years. Like, make some tutorials for people like me who need to know specific things. It's like today, a lot of what I've done today has been tedious mopping up stuff. Like, I went into my enemy BP and I added a bunch of different arrays. So, for example, when the enemy gets attacked, we've got an index here, an array. Oh, okay, I getcha. I getcha. Yeah, one of the things that I've been doing today is setting up these arrays. So, like, I've got hit animations. So when the character gets hit, they've got a varying amount of animations that they can play. So I've loaded them into an array. Oh no! Don't you start on berserkers as well. Rose has already made me add a claymore, and mentioned a berserker mode. And I'm not saying I'm not considering it, but basically, instead of going, oh, I've got one montage to play here, I can then have a separate, I've got an array of hit reactions. But what that means is I can go into each individual enemy. So, like, say I drag an enemy out into the map, and I want to make it different. I can click on it, and I can just go down to its array. So I've got an array of sound effects it plays when it gets hit. I've got an array of attack animations, so I can have the same enemies, but I can, like, dynamically give them different attack animations. So this guy's got, like, dodge left, dodge right, and one-hit combos. So he's not always going to hit you. He might try and evade you. And then we've got all the different hit animations. So I can just go boom, add a hit in here. So I can just go hit 4. And now we've got an extra hit animation, and it will dynamically pull from that when the enemy gets hit, and it will play a random variant of those hit animations. But I can do those on a per enemy basis. Same with their sound effects when they get hit, the types of attacks that they'll do. So it enables me to give the enemies a lot of different variation, because I can make this guy do these attacks, right? And then I can make this guy do different attacks. So if you look at them as I cycle between them, they both have different sets of attack animations. So I can customize each individual enemy on a per enemy basis, but they'll all draw from the base of the master. And setting stuff up like that in advance is so fucking useful. It makes things so much easier when you're iterating and prototyping. One of my biggest things is efficiency. Like, because I'm working by myself, I've got to create the characters, do the animations, do the coding, find the sound effects, find the images, manipulate the images, add the blah 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 blah, ad infinitum. Like, I'm doing the work of, like, what a major studio would have 250 people doing. So I've got to make sure I can do it as quickly as possible, while at the same time still looking good. So Sarah, it's actually really, I'm actually not currently. I've got the options in place ahead of time to make it so they're based on direction. Right now, it's currently based on a random ball. So if I go into the enemy right now, we've got the hit reaction animations, right? And currently I've got a random integer. Now, all I need to do is add a custom event. Right. And then on this custom event, what I can do is add an input, and we'll call it direction. And we'll make that an integer. Okay, so when this is called, I can turn this into a function, And then in that function, I can pull the direction of the hit and then just simply feed that into the get on this. So currently, just for testing purposes, it's playing a random hit reaction. But once I set up the actual code, it's going to be as simple as just running a function and plugging that directly into there. So you can see what I mean. I'm setting stuff up ahead of time. So like, let's say integer 0 is hit from the front, 1 is from behind, 2 is from the left, 3 is from the right. And then like I can have the code read those directions and then just plug that right into this get. But like I said, like I'm one person, so what I'm trying to do right now is give the illusion of intelligent enemies. So like a lot of them, sometimes they'll come up to you, they might choose to hit you, they might choose to backstep or left step or right. So they're not doing that intelligently, but it's giving the player the illusion that they're acting intelligently until I can get around to coding that in. But for the moment, getting the core mechanics of the game, because I don't want to get hung up on doing ancillary things. Like it took me an hour today to get all the sound effects for the goblins being hit and stuff. And that was an hour I spent doing stuff that I didn't need to do. I could have just gone with the standard sword sound hits that I had before. But I wanted that element of polish. But if I did that with everything, the game would take ages. Baby cry. That's the thing, Sarah. Right, that's the thing. You've got to manage your expectations. I used to do that. I would start project after. Like, look. Right. Let me just bring up my. I've deleted a ton of stuff, but just I'll show you my library, and you'll see all the half-finished, half-started projects. Like it's the eternal dilemma of the game dev. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how many projects I've got. You know, I mean, admittedly, some of them are further along than others. But like, I've done a driving game that's like Crazy Taxi and Drift City. I did a Pokemon clone in Catchamon. I've done a Dead Happy. What was that? That was a DayZ clone, but done in a kind of like the same kind of graphic style as this game. I've got my own first-person shooter kit that I was creating. I did a horde mode first-person shooter hybrid RPG. I've done a JRPG turn-based thing. I've got a horror game, an RTS game like Command and Conquer, a Resident Evil clone, a Star Trek The Next Generation style game. Yeah, the setup is exactly what kills people, and that is why I have spent a lot of time pre-programming all these things. So like I've got an enemy master. So if I want a new enemy, I just duplicate the enemy, give it a new name, give it like, so I'll do it now, right? So we'll just duplicate this. We'll call it, I don't know, Goblin Demo, right? Now I can go into this and I can change its mesh. So I don't even need to open the blueprint. I can call it, we'll make it a male rogue. All right, and we'll do that for this as well, male rogue. Where is it? There we go. So there we go. Now I set its health. We'll give it 300. Yeah, Cabin was a horror game that I worked on a couple years ago. Child is better, but they're all children of a master. So I've got the enemy master, which is here, which is where all the code goes. So when I want to create a new enemy, I duplicate these are all children of that master already. So if I made this a child of that child, it would inherit all the properties of this one instead of the master. So by duplicating it, I can change the properties separately from I'm not explaining it very well, but I think you kind of get what I mean. Like, a child of a master is better, but a duplicate of a child is, it brings the same stuff of that child. I'm not good at explaining. But yeah, so we've got the goblin demo now. We've made it a male rogue. We've given it 300 health. We can set up all of its different sound. We can give it different sound effects for its hit sound effects. We can give it a different flinch chance. We can give it different attack animations, different hit animations. So by setting up one master and making children of it, you can code everything off that master, and then every child you create or duplicate of that child will have all that stuff. Or like here we go, weapon class. I want to give it a different weapon. Let's give it a different weapon. He's got the bone club right now. Let's give him a goblin machete. He's got the bandit shield. Let's give him the thief shield. And now if we compile that and drag him into the world, boom, he's done. There he is. So the setup is really, really important because it will save you so much time down the line, and it will save you so much code as well. Because if you've got a lot of different enemies and you're having to say to the player, are you overlapping this enemy? Are you overlapping that enemy? Are you overlapping the other enemy? You're going to have so many branches in your hit detection to check for each one of these different blueprints or pawns or characters, that your code is just going to get bigger and bigger. I'll show you a good example because I've not fixed this yet. So in my third-person blueprint, whenever the player is using a consumable, like a throwing star or a knife or a shuriken or a potion or a bomb or whatever it is, I've got this big long list of things. So is it consumable number 1? No. Is it consumable number 2? No. Is it any of these consumables? No. And if it is, do this line of code. But you look at this, right? You can see a lot of this code is getting repeated. This section here, particularly, are practically identical, right? So I could recycle that into a function, which I will do down the line. But just to get things working and moving at the moment, I've got this spaghetti of code. But you don't want this. This is not good practice, right? So make anything that's repeatable, make it a function, make it a master. Like if you've got a weapon that you want to detect for hits and stuff, like I'll show you the weapons, right? So if I go to the weapons, I've got my weapon master, and everything that the game needs to reference is referenced in this master file. But every one of these values can be changed in the individual weapons. So we've got the stamina cost for a light attack, the stamina cost for a heavy attack, its basic attack value, a reference to the game instance, so it can pull stuff. Yeah, Rose, I'm not gonna be long. I need to go and get something to eat. I've been doing this for 3 hours. I'm just trying to show to Sarah the kind of methodology I'm going with. So like, is it a casting device? If it's a casting device, then when you pull try and do the casting animation, it will look at the weapon that you've got in your hand. So when the game starts, it queries which weapon you've got and sets the weapon class, and then it stores that as a variable. So then every time I want to look at any values from that weapon, all I need to do is call this variable, and it will tell me how much damage that weapon does, how much stamina it depletes, whether it's a casting device. Any of the values that are stored in the master can then be pulled from that. So like when I'm going and doing the inventory, it validates the weapon, then it pulls the weapon data and populates the inventory screen based on what's stored in that weapon data. So the setup is a fucking pain. It is the most annoying thing to do in the world, but it is the most beneficial thing you can do, because then you can reference these things again and again and again, and you can just add new shit easily. So like if I wanted to add a new weapon to the game, right? All I need to do is duplicate one of the existing weapons, change those values, change its mesh, and then go into the inventory, go to the weapons list, and then that's it. Just add the new icon, give it a name, tell it what the description is, how much it should cost, point it to the blueprint, and then give it an extended description. And then whenever I click on it in the inventory, it will reference that item and automatically add it to the player's hand and play off the correct animation. I mean, honestly, if you want any help with your project, I'm quite happy. I mean, I'm by no means an expert, but I've self-taught myself enough of Unreal to understand pretty much how to go about doing almost really anything. The problem is, because I'm self-taught, I don't always use the ways that other people will do it. I'll come to my own conclusions and implement it my way. Well, that's going to be your biggest stumbling block, is inspiration, right? When I started this game, my goal was to make a game that would appeal to Dark Souls. Like, on the surface, it's Dark Souls-like, but underneath, it's a little bit more nuanced. Like, I've slowed the pacing down quite considerably compared to Dark Souls. I've taken away a lot of the abilities that Dark Souls will give you, like iframes during dodge rolls and things like that anymore, to create a much slower combat experience, more akin to a game of D&D. So rather than it being about skill and split-second decisions, it's about knowing your enemy, knowing your positioning, knowing where to be on the map. Are you out of range of this weapon? Do you have enough time to swing yours? It's about decision-making rather than action. So I'm a big fan of Resident Evil, and I like that that mix of decision-making and action that Resident Evil has. Especially the older games where it was much slower paced. Where you get to a storage box, you know you're safe, and you've only got 6 item spaces. So do you take the gun and the extra bullets in case you run into an enemy? Or do you take the herbs and leave up some item spaces in case you come across something that you could use on your journey? And then you can use the herbs to, you know, take a bit of damage and run. What consumable are you going to expend? Are you going to expend bullets or health? Like, multiplayer gacha FPS, then, because of V-Roid, it's hard to make it work properly on animations. What do you mean gacha FPS? Like, give me a little bit of elucidate on that one. I know gacha games in Japanese terms, but I don't know how that would, like, how would you amalgamate that with an FPS? To my knowledge, gacha machines in Japanese terminology, they're like those machines you go and put like 25 cents in and they give you a little plastic sphere with a random toy inside. So you thinking like have a gacha system where your guns are sort of randomized? I've heard of Genshin Impact, yeah. I'm not familiar with it. I've heard of it. I've seen trailers and things, but I've never actually played it or watched any content on it. Hang on, let me save this. I want to recompile it now that I've made these changes. Okay. Well, what you could do is you could have an enum for the abilities. And have those abilities. Because I did this. I did a very similar thing with Fernanda Blob. So when you're upgrading your character, like it's Fernanda Blob was a bit of a hybrid. Like half of it was like I showed you a little bit with the whacking the slimes, but once you get past that and you unlock the Twitch, like It's got a wave-based shooter element where weapons will spawn on the map. The waves of enemies will gradually increase, and as you kill them and gain experience, you can upgrade your abilities. So, for example, movement speed, right? You could take the points you'd earned and you could upgrade your movement speed, which would make your character move slightly quicker on a variation. So, for example, let me go into the third person blueprint again. So you could have an array, or I'll just do it as a select for now. So got a select here. Add a few pins to it. So imagine the select is an array. And then on this index, you can have integer. I'll just put random for now. But no, not random bool. Fucking hell. Unreal, you're a pain in the arse sometimes. Like select. So imagine this is an array. And you've got multiple values in it. And we'll do to int. Integer. I just go grab one of these just so I can plug this in and get that to, yeah, okay, now they're being ints. So you could have this as an array, right? And the player's level could be this random integer here. So whatever the player's level is, it will get their movement speed. So it's like, say your base movement speed is 250. Then if you go up a level in your movement, it could be 275. If you go up another level, it could be 300. If you go up another level, it could be 325. So you can plan it out like that. So then you can find out whatever the player's level is, what their speed level is. Like if they put points into speed, if they've used the gems to purchase a speed upgrade, and then apply this, and then you could just take this, and you can get the character's movement components. So we'll get movement. What is it? Character movement. Get character movement, and we'll just do set max walk speed, and then we can set the max walk speed to whatever the output of that array is. So if you want a system where if the player puts points into their speed, I mean, you can increase, you can fine tune this. So if you don't want that big of a jump, you can have it in percentages. So we do 260, 270, 280, 290. And if you have that as an array, I'm not going to do that in this because I don't want to fuck around with the variables I've got set up. But imagine this was an array of different options you could choose based on your level. And you could do the same for damage as well. So you could get their attack value. You could get the weapon that they're using. And you could get the weapon value. So we'll do, I don't know, multiply... well, let's go to float, and then we'll multiply that by our character's level, and then that can be our damage output or our max walk speed. So it's actually not that difficult to put the math into place. What's difficult is balancing it. So like a lot of my values are stored in the game instance, for example, because the game instance persists between levels. So rather than storing your values in the player character, and then, because like if you store them in the player character, you're going to have to set and retrieve them every time the player leaves the level. So if you store them in the game instance, like the character name, like that's... It doesn't matter what level I'm on, doesn't matter what level I load, that character name stays the character name, the character class stays the character class, all these stats stay the same. The only time these values change is on a game load or quit. I will. I'll have a look at that. But yeah, everything. If you can make anything in your game data driven, then you're gonna have advantages because if everything's stored in one location that you can retrieve from, it makes everything so much easier. So like when I save the game, when I create the save and loading routine, the only values I need to worry about storing are the ones here in the game instance. Because the data table isn't going to change. It's not editable in game. It's just a reference system. So like whenever I want to direct the UI to pull information for a specific weapon, for example, like here we go, we got the water wand. I don't have a description from it. When the UI, I'll show you what I mean. So if I load up the game now, I go to the inventory and I hover over the broken short sword. You see the little window pop up? So it's pulling the weapon name, it's pulling the description, it's pulling the base damage, the strength bonus, the dex bonus, and calculating the total damage. And most of that information is coming from this data table. What did I just do? Oh, I hit that button. No, I want row. There we go. I just what have I done? But you get the idea, and so the name is coming from here, the description is coming from here, the cost is coming, and then the merchant can reference this as well. So when I go to the trader will pull up all this exact same information, and then it will look at the cost, and then when you try and purchase it, the button to purchase it, the UI item slot, when it's clicked, we'll get the weapon details from the data table. So it'll get the weapon image, the weapon name, the item cost, what blueprint should be associated for it. So it doesn't only work for shops, because like I've got the same code. So this code here for showing or hiding that panel, we've got the one for getting and setting the details for when you're using it in your inventory. And then we've got the one that is essentially the same for doing the same with the trader. So you can pull from the same data set, but you can use it for different purposes. I mean, ideally, what I should probably do in the weapons data table is I should have their stats in here. But what it does in your character, when you're looking at the inventory, let's go, where is it? UI inventory. What it's doing in the inventory is when it creates those buttons, I've got a bunch of different values for that item slot to read from. So I can tell that item slot which data table to use, what the game instance is, which inventory, whether it's a trader or the player. I can tell it whether it's buying or selling, what the index is, whether it's a weapon or a consumable, how many of them there are. So this here populates those buttons for the consumables and the weapons from the player's inventory. And it sets those values so that when the inventory or the item slot reads those values, it gets those values set into it. So it's picking those values out and it's applying them and setting the text, the brush image, and all the other different things based on the values in that data table, but also based on the values in the weapon. So this one's getting the data table, setting the equipped weapon, and then the player character can read the values from that equipped weapon. So we can pull off how much damage it should do, what stamina cost it should take, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, the setup is a pain in the fucking arse. It really is, and it will take you the longest amount of time, but you will benefit from it greatly in the long run because it will make your life so much easier. Right now, if I want to add a new item to the game, all I need to do is go to weapons, add, give it a numerical, because the way I've got the row names, they've been read out by the same integer. So all I need to do is give it an item description. So let's just do UI. What we have? Yeah, we'll just call it, we'll give it the lightning bomb thing. Weapon name, test. Weapon description, test. Value none. Weapon blueprint, dagger. Extended description. This is a test for Sarah. Now, if I go to this tutorial level and I go over to this chest, because I've already set up the chest to read the values from that data table, all I need to do is tell the chest it's going to look for, what is it? Item 14. The item is a weapon, not a consumable, and we're going to use the weapon data table. So now, if I go up to this chest, yeah, you should always commit to learning the course. See something all the way through. Because if somebody's created a course specifically to teach you something, you're not going to learn everything by only seeing half of it. Well, there we go. Test obtained. And you see that it put up the image. It's given the name, the description, and if we equip it, it's given us the relevant weapon with the relevant moveset. Because each weapon has its own. The player. This is how interconnected everything is. Trying to explain this is so complicated. But yeah, each weapon. So if I go to the dagger, they've got their own. You can choose what animations to use. So when you swing that weapon, the third person character will look at that weapon. They'll get the stamina cost, and they'll get the combo animations and play those animations out from the weapon. So if I want to create a new weapon with completely different combo animations, I can do that simply by duplicating the weapon and changing these combo animations, changing the stamina cost, changing the damage cost, and changing the mesh. And boom, you've got a new weapon. And I just showed you how easy it is to add one to the inventory. And boom, I went to the it took me less than 60 seconds to add a new weapon. Obviously, I'd need to set the mesh up, get the thumbnail for it, and all that shit. But by setting this stuff up in advance, it makes your life so much fucking easier down the line. I cannot tell you enough. Let's reset this now. So I want to set it back to a single use mana gem. So we'll take it from weapon. We'll add the item ID for mana gem. We'll change the data table to consumables. And then we'll go back. We'll hit play. I will do, actually. You know what? Like, I've been kind of lazy the last couple of weeks, and I've not really been... I've been focused so much on doing this, I haven't really been paying attention to my channel. And I've actually been gaining subscribers. I think I'm nearly at 400 now. And there we go, look, mana gem. And it read the thumbnail, it read the name, it read the description, the item cost, and how many I've got. And if I use it, our uses of mana potions have increased. So now we've got an extra use of mana. So now instead of 2 of 2, it's 2 of 3. I'll tell you what, you missed it, man. Last month, this is where I got this animation set from. It was free on Epic Games. This SNS, where is it? SNS Anim Set Pro. This was free last month. And just look how many animations it comes with. It's got everything. Blocks, deaths, attacks, spirals, all sorts. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely RNG chests. They're coming super soon. But yeah, so this animation set was free last month. And they're all mapped and rigged to the UE skeleton as well. I've remapped them to the skeleton I'm using, but yeah, look, you get all sorts of animations. We've got sword attacks, we got blocks, And then you've got the death animations and falling you got falling animations. And anything other than that is setting up animation blueprints. Oh, it's really simple. So say you download this SNS animation set pro, right? You go to, where is it? Models. Where is the character in the UE4 mannequin? So we get the mesh for the mannequin. And you see here, we've got the skeleton tree and you've got retarget manager. So you get a retarget manager, you select the rig and it will auto map the rig for you. Sometimes you might need to adjust these yourselves to target the correct bones, especially if you're using Mixamo assets. But basically what we want to do is make sure the rig that is providing the animations has the humanoid rig set up, and then you go to the rig that comes with synths. So if I go into Polygon Fantasy Characters and go to Characters, and then go to, I've already deleted it here. It was Dungeons, wasn't it? Polygon Dungeons. Go to the meshes, go to their character, and then you select the skeleton again, and you do the same thing. So you retarget it, make sure they're both in the same pose, and you select rig for the retarget manager, and then you set the rig up so all the bones are correct. And then once you've done that, any animation you want to retarget, you just go to the animation itself. So if I go to a random animation, sword attack combo, then you click retarget anim assets, duplicate and retarget, and then you pick the skeleton you want to target them to. So in this case, it would be the dungeon skeleton. So we're taking it from the SNS animation set and we're putting it onto the Cinti low poly skeleton. You can change what folder you want to put it in, then you just hit retarget. It's the setup that's the important part. It's making sure both skeletons are using the same rig. So you need to go into the animation. So say for example, what is it you got? It was, you said it a minute ago, Battle Royale set, right? So go into the Battle Royale set. No, it's actually really automated. Just go into the Battle Royale animation set, find the root skeleton, select the humanoid rig, make sure the bones match up, save it. You'll need to add a preview animation as well. So go into the preview animation, set the preview animation. When it comes up at the bottom, apply to asset, click apply to asset. Same with the Cinti skeleton. And then once those are both set up, you just click on the animation, right click on the animation you want to retarget, and then it will show you what skeletons are compatible, anyone that's got that humanoid rig. And you do the same thing with Mixamo and all that kind of stuff too. I actually might put a tutorial up. You're giving me, between you and Rose and everyone else who's watching me and helping me and giving me feedback, I'm getting so much ideas for extra things I can do. So I think, yeah, what I'll do next is I'll do a tutorial on animation retargeting. And what was the other thing you wanted me to do one on? The inventory and the UI. One of the things I will say about UI design is learn to love the vertical box. Learn to love the vertical box. Seriously. Just learn to love it. Ah, yes. Yes, skill tree. Skill tree, yes. I assume with skill tree, you don't just mean the programming behind it. You want to see it visually in the UI with all the lines going to all different areas and how one thing links to another. But yeah, learn to love the vertical box. And I can't, like everything in my UI is vertical boxes. Like if I go into the inventory and show you the design, look at this, right? Everything is a vertical box. The entire UI is a vertical box. Inside that is other vertical boxes. Inside those vertical boxes are horizontal boxes. Like all of this is horizontal boxes, vertical, like, look, horizontal box, horizontal box, horizontal box, horizontal box. All of that stored inside a vertical box, which is stored inside a border, which is stored inside another border, which is stored inside another border. So, but yeah, this is why all of this is so firmly aligned. Because if you just drop stuff onto the screen, it won't always be where you want it to be, depending on players' monitor sizes and things like that. So by storing everything in vertical boxes and size boxes, it doesn't matter what the size of the player's monitor is, what the width is, they're automatically going to be formatted. And they'll make sure. So like this thing here where I've got these seams between the boxes, like no matter how big the player's screen is, these boxes will stretch to fit. Let me give you a good example. Like, so if I play in viewport, right? So I'm playing at 16 by 9, so 1080 by 720 or whatever it is, right? Everything's perfectly aligned. If I go into this and I make this, like, I try and simulate a super wide monitor. So if I make that viewport really small and then play in selected viewport. So we're simulating like a stretched monitor right now. But you notice how everything's still in place? The X is still in the corner. The boxes are still in the center. This little patch of stuff here, the health bar, yeah, they've moved to the corners, but they're all still relative. And then if I pull that back down and make it more kind of like 4x3 and do the same thing. There you go. Now the X is much closer to this. It's not about it. It will make it lose texture quality if you stretch it. So let me show you what I mean. Let me go into the inventory. So if I click on this canvas panel here, not canvas panel or button, it's this one. No, this one. No. That one. No. But yeah, essentially, like, so, what am I looking for? Display anchors. There we go. See how I've got it anchored to the center? If you anchor it like this, the big square, then it will stretch it. Because what it will try and do is it will try and maintain the aspect ratio, and also it will try and maintain how far from the top or bottom the image is. So it will stretch it to try and fill the same amount of space it would fill on a smaller screen. Whereas with anchoring it to the center like this, it maintains its given size. So as the monitor gets bigger and smaller, the image won't stretch or shrink. It will stay relative to the location. But if you use this big square, it will try and fill the same amount of screen space. So using this one is when you will get the texture loss quality, because this will stretch the image. This will anchor it to the center. So this is set up for 1080 by 720 or whatever. So this will stay at its original resolution, but the screen around it will stretch. So like the health bar, like you saw it, like the health bar gets moved off to the left. So like if we do it now, where is it? So we've got space on the left and right, but it has not stretched. The inventory is not stretched. Whereas if we move that down and change the aspect ratio, the image will still not distort. You'll just get less space on the left and right. And you notice now the X button is right over the edge of the screen. And again, if I was to change that and make it like simulate an ultra wide. So the soul count, the health, and the items are all sticking to that. And now we've got lots of extra space between the left and right because it's not distorting the UI. It's keeping that at its original resolution. I hope that kind of covers it. I'm not very good at explaining it, but I kind of hope you get what I'm trying to say. So say, for example, you wanted to do a full screen fade, right? I've got one of those, actually, I can show you. So where is it? I don't. We'll just create one. User interface, widget blueprint, and we'll do UI fade. So you want this to cover the may not contain the following character. What following? UI fade. There we go. So you want this to cover the entire screen. So we can grab an image. Well, image, border, button, whatever you want. We'll just drag it into the... So right now, if we were to make this cover the full screen, it would, in theory. But it's anchored to this top left corner, which isn't ideal because we don't want the relationship of this image to be related to the top left. We want it to be centering the screen. So if we move that across, and now if we go into our third person character and we quickly just add a thing. So we'll do input. What is it? Keyboard. How do I get the? There we go. So we'll do the number 9 just because it's innocuous. It's not doing anything, and we'll create widget, and we'll do not construct. Fucking God damn it, Unreal. Create widget. We'll do UI fade. And then we'll add that to the viewport. All right. So now, if I do this with the adjusted screen, you should see that it's not going to cover the entire screen. There we go. Look, see, you got the bars on the side? Because it's rendering the image at its native scale, but not to the scale of the monitor. Because we've locked it to the center. Now, if we go to the anchors and we make it like that, and you notice it's the entire screen, what that will do is it will now scale the image relative to the display. So now the entire screen is covered. And hopefully, if I did nothing else, I taught you one thing you didn't know today. Hopefully, every time you join my streams, you'll go away with one thing you didn't know before you joined. And if you do, I'll be a happy camper. It's the same with the left and rights as well. I'm sure you can figure this out yourself. But if we did this, for example, there we go. Oh wait, what the fuck did I just do? I have broken something. Right, but you get the idea, right? So with the anchors, like these will be like fixed size, so the image will be fixed. These will scale the image to stretch it along that axis. So if you had something on the side of your screen like this, and you wanted it to stay in position, you'd use this, and that will keep it locked to that position. But if you wanted it to stay relevant to the size of the screen, you'd use this one. So with this one, the gap here will grow and shrink based on the size of the screen, but this will stay fixed. With this one, it will maintain the amount of distance between the top and the bottom regardless of screen size, so you'll always have the same amount of space. Yeah, exactly. No matter how you change the screen, they will just do their job and stay there. It's about whether you want them to grow or shrink with the screen, or whether you want them to just remain at their custom resolutions. Like, say, for example, if you've got an inventory where you want it to fill all of the screen like this, always, you don't want any gaps at the top and the bottom, and you want it to stretch the image, you'll use this one. If you want the inventory item itself to stay fixed, but only in one position regardless of the screen change, then you use this one. Because that will just keep it where it is at its correct size, whereas the other one will scale it to fill the screen. UI is one of the biggest stumbling blocks that people have in Unreal, because it does not work the way you think it's going to work. You got to kind of play by Unreal's rules, and Unreal doesn't like to tell you what its rules are. So, like, I found all this stuff out from trial and error. And this is why I say, learn to love the vertical box. Because if this was a vertical box, right, then we can anchor that vertical box, and then everything we put inside that box, we don't have to fucking worry about. They're going to get scaled according to the box. I mean, I really love Unreal. It's given me so much scope for developing things I never thought I'd be able to. I started working game design back in 2006. I was using FPS Creator. And I guarantee no fucker out there has ever even heard of that. Multiplayer, I've got a bit of an idea. I have created a massively multiplayer game with servers and lobbies and things like that in the form of Dead Happy. But replication is a fucking pain. Because it's not just about, like, the thing you got to wrap your head around with multiplayer games is what you send to the server to process and what you send to the client. So when you're doing something like calculating damage, you don't calculate the damage on the client. You've got to send a server request to get the server to calculate the damage, and then you need to send that out to the clients. Because obviously everybody needs to know what's happened. So you got 10 people in a game, one person takes 20 damage. Yeah, it's okay having that person process that 20 damage, and now their HP is 80. But also, you need to tell everyone else on the server that that person's HP is no longer 100 and it's now 80. So you've got like 3 types of events. You've got the server, the client side event. You've got the server side event, and then you've got the event that casts all of that information to the other players. So multiplayer games are one of the most complicated things to try and do. And I'll be honest, when I got into multiplayer gaming, when I tried to do my multiplayer setup, I went out there and I found an asset pack that did most of the replication for me. because that way I had code examples. So if I had like a generic code where the player could throw a grenade, I could replicate that code, duplicate it, change the item and whatnot, and then resend that back to the server. So I could add in other items with the heavy lifting kind of done for me. But if you're looking to make one of your first projects, do yourself a favor. Do not make a multiplayer game. Do not. It will put you off making anything in Unreal. It's the quickest way to get turned, because it is so fucking complicated. Let me save all this. And see if I can load up Dead Happy, and I'll show you some of the back end. Yeah, that's one of the things, like stylized Dark Souls. That's one of the things that has put me off trying to make, because I want to make this multiplayer. I really, really do. I want to emulate that Dark Souls invasion mechanic, but the way Unreal handles multiplayer is really putting me off. Let me load Dead Happy, and I'll try and give you an explanation and show you what I mean. No, no links have come through. I think my YouTube's set up so it won't let you. It will let you post links, but it won't show them. Is that loading? I need to look at all the sound effects I've created for this game alone. I need to put them in a fucking folder or something. Let me load up Dead Happy. I don't know if it's loading or not. I'm sure I right clicked it and said open. You know what? I'm going to rewind the stream and just check. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's working. All right, here we go. Let's see how long this is going to take. It's things like a series of events will be like, okay, say your player's throwing a grenade at another player, right? So you've got to say to the server, I want to play the throwing animation. The server will say, okay, your client is now playing the throwing animation, and then it will replicate that command to everyone else who is potentially able to see it. So you've got to not only send a request for the animation to be played yourself, you've got to send a request to the server to play it for everyone else. Then the server will process the grenade throw arc and transmit that data to everyone who's viable to see it. So that stuff has to be processed on the server. And then when the grenade lands, it will do the explosion, the animation, and tell everybody that they're seeing this. And then to the receiving client, it will then process the damage and the fallout. So you're dealing with three different things being processed in three different places, and that only increases with the number of players that could potentially be witness to that. So anyone who can see that you've done a thing, because like with single player games, it's easy. You play the animation, you do the thing, the game renders it, it's all done and dusted. But with multiplayer games, you've got to actually share that information with other people. Anything you do has to be replicated to everybody else as well. And it took me a long time to wrap my head around it. And once I got to a point on this project where I was kind of happy with it, I pretty much abandoned it and never wanted to touch a multiplayer game again. That is one of the things I'm thinking about, Sarah, to be honest, is that's going to be one of the very easiest ways of implementing multiplayer functionality. Because like when a player dies, I can have that stuff sent to the server, and then I can replicate that just to the player who's seeing it. Like say, for example, you went to fight a boss and you died, and then the server can save the last 30 seconds of your gameplay, and then whenever someone else goes into that area, it can send that animation file to your client. Stuff like that, where it's not happening in real time, that's not that difficult to implement. But when you're doing stuff in real time, where you got to have a back and forth instead of a one-way street, it's a lot more difficult. I'll send you a link to this at some point, if you like, because I've never actually got a chance to test this with multiple people. I built it and I tested it with multiple clients on my own system, but I've never actually been able to test it with multiple real people. And obviously I put it up, I charged for it, and no one, well, actually one person did buy it, and they were actually quite happy with it. They kept sending me messages about when I was going to add this, when I was going to add that, and it led to quite a few good bug fixes. It's P2P, so it's server side, but one person does act as a client. So the person who sets up the game acts as the server. Yeah, he was great, man. Actually, can't fault the guy. I wish I'd have like put more effort into it to make sure he got his money's worth out of it, but I don't think it was a bad game to begin with, to be honest. The problem I'm encountering is like I make pretty decent stuff, but I don't have enough people behind me. Like I don't have like YouTubers playing it or other people like spreading the word. So I've got the stuff lying around that people could probably potentially enjoy, but no one knows it's there. And that's a big motivational factor for me. Like like today, right? You and Rose and everyone have been in the stream. You've been talking to me, engaging me. I've been adding more stuff. Like I added more stuff to this game today than I ever intended to when I started the stream. I was going to stream for a couple of hours. I've already gone an hour over that, just because you guys showed an interest. And that really matters to people like me who are single developers. We kind of live and die by the community. Like if I'm one person and I log in and I work my absolute bollocks off and no one cares, that has an impact. It makes me stop wanting to do stuff. But when people actually engage and give me feedback, it makes me want to keep going. And add more stuff, add more features. Like, oh man, when I saw Rose and Alex playing my game the other day and saw how, like, Alex played it for 2 hours. Rose has played it for about the same. Yeah, this is why people stream on Twitch. I've tried streaming on Twitch from time to time, but I've got it set up to my YouTube right now because I've got way more followers on my YouTube account than I do on my Twitch. So I'm more likely to get people tuning in. And if this ever fucking loads. Yeah, I think you're right. I probably should do yeah, catchy title is very important. You got lured in many times. Making it sound like predators are after you. You see souls, I join. I'll keep that in mind, my friend. Me and my friend Alex, we do play a lot of Dark Souls together, like, and we stream it quite often because we're idiots. So if you want to come by and watch us play some Dark Souls one of the times, feel free. I'm that kind of idiot who's gone through the entire game at level 5. And I'm stuck at Ornstein and Smell. Because, like, I mean, I'm good at Dark Souls. I'm not that good to beat them flats at fucking level 5. Especially because I was an idiot and I decided, like, well, I'm not going to have any stat bonuses for my weapons. So why don't I go and get the Ember and have my scimitar enchanted with lightning? That'll get me most of the way through the game. Yeah, it will. Until you get to the 2 enemies. The only boss fight that has 2 people, and both of them are resistant to lightning! Yeah, that is definitely fine. Yeah, and fucking Ornstein and Smell. Fucking Jesse and James, as I call them. Prepare for trouble, make it double. God damn it, will this game ever fucking load? It's been at 95% for about 3 weeks now. Building static mesh render data. It sure is. It's building a lot of it. I used to be a bit of a dick when it comes to playing that. I used to like to invade people. And I used to like building those really low level builds with the really overpowered weapons. So you're encountering someone in Undeadburg. And they're running around with like a broken straight sword, and you're running around with a +5 Uchi katana with lightning buff. I was a bad boy. But to be fair, that is the introduction I got when I started playing the game at first. You'd be walking along, and then all of a sudden, some fucking red dude would run up to you and one-shot you with a lightning axe. You'd be like, what the fuck was that? Like, bitch, I will get you back one day. Oh, one of my favorite things to do was, like, fucking hanging around in Darkroot Forest, dressed as a tree, waiting for people to wander around. And they know someone's invaded them. They don't know where you are. Yeah, you died. And then... And then the would you like to indict this person comes up, and you're like, ooh, how salty am I feeling today? Right, here we go. Oh my god, how many shaders are going to need to compile? New plugins. Oh, 5,000! The actual fuck! I'm sorry, but that was warranted. I'm not going to be able to click on a damn fucking thing till... Look at this. Look at the hover. I've hovered content. Now I'm going to hover buildings. Now I'm going to hover content again. That is the level of fucking lag we're dealing with right now. Dear God, where even is what I'm looking at? I can't even... What? Right, let's have a look. I usually call it UI, which is really worrying because I haven't. So look into Polygon Apocalypse. No. Food. Buildings. Start. Dear God, the shaders. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I have been moving a lot of stuff around on my hard drive recently. Alright, maybe let's look into here. So I'll give you. Here we go. Right. Blueprints, maybe. All I want to show you is the fucking multiplayer shit. Well, let's jump into the enemy file. So I bet you there's gonna be some replication shit in there. Here we go. Right. So you see we've got here it says damage server side. Target is BP enemy, replicated to server if the owning client. So basically what's going to happen here is when the enemy receives damage, it's going to tell the server to deal damage to the enemy. And then also on the client, so basically this is the client side damage call. But what it's doing is calling the damage server side event, which is then going to execute on all. So if you notice on this, we've got replicates multicast, and it's going to execute on everyone. So then it's going to take that base damage value and add that to, so like say for example, there's a zombie on two people's screens. With this first event, you are going to damage that zombie on your client, or you're going to call the server to tell the server that you're damaging the zombie on your client. It's going to ask how much damage that zombie's taken, and it's going to execute that. In doing so, it's going to call this event, which is then going to execute that for everyone else. So you can see along here, we've got executes on all, executes on server. So basically, you need to call the same event twice as a minimum. One to execute on the player's client and one to execute on the server to transmit those events to other player clients. So you can see even here on the destroy event, reliable replicated to server if owning client, which is pulling off that original damage on server. So the damage event is only applicable to the client, but everything else, once that damage event is called, gets sent as a multicast to all clients, and that's where the actual code executes. So basically it's the opposite of doing a single player game, whereas with a single player game you just have the event take place and you process the results. With a multiplayer game, you have the event take place and then you call an event on the server to actually execute that event. So once this zombie gets hit, it's going to say to the server, process the hit. The server is then going to process the hit, but it's going to execute that process on all of the clients. And that's where the actual code and damage is going to take place. So multiplayer games, I would say if you're new to the whole business, if you're new to the industry, if you're new to the process, don't start with a multiplayer game. It's why I'm building this game as a single player game. And then later on down the line, like if it sells, if it becomes popular, if people want to play it and they want these different things, then I can go back and add in the multiplayer functionality. But if you start out with multiplayer in mind from the get-go, you are in for a world of pain. Honestly, you're in for a world of pain. So I would say build your game first, then figure out how to make it multiplayer. endless runners ain't a bad shout. Like there's a big market in the mobile space. How do you spawn an enemy and make a move in a straight line? That's pretty straightforward, to be fair. Let me open the project back up, and I'll give you an indication. So first of all, what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to know where they are and where you want them to move them, where you want them to move to. So, say for example, you spawn an enemy. You can add a component to that enemy. So, say for example, all right. Let me give you an example. I need to load up a project so I can have a visual idea of what I'm working with. I'm a very visual based person. I'm quite autistic, so I need information before I can do anything with it. Oh, there's a bloody fly in my drink again. I'll swallow the bastard in a minute. Fuck it. Down the hatch. Alright, so you want to make an enemy move in a straight line. There's a lot of different ways you can do that. There's behavior trees, which is what I'm using currently. But there are actually other different options you can use without behavior trees, as long as you've got an AI controller set up for your enemy. So let me load up the project and I'll give you a little bit of an example. Because you've got nodes that you can use in blueprints. So as long as they're a pawn or a character and they've got some sort of movement component, you can manipulate that movement. Because like the movement component is what they need to be able to navigate around the world. If they're not a pawn or they're not a character, they won't have a movement component. But it's the movement component you need to talk to if you want them to move. I mean, it makes fucking sense, really, if you think about it. So here we go. Should be, there we go. We got it loading up. Right. So if I go to my enemies folder right now, and we'll look at the behavior tree. So this is the behavior tree that I've got currently for the basic enemies. So we've got to move to here. And what that will do is that will move to a blackboard marker that gets set in the enemies. So that's a little bit more complicated than I think what you necessarily need. But the basics are pretty much the same. So like we have a basic state, and that will select based on a condition. So are we holding, are we attacking? And it will choose a different set of states to do that. But you don't actually need that. So if you've got a character, so imagine you've got a blank character pawn. So ignore all this code for now. And you've just created a character. So you've got the capsule component, the mesh, and that's about it. So what you want to do is you want to go into the character default and you want to find, where is it? Here we go, pawn. So we want to use auto possess disabled because we don't want the player to possess it. We want auto possess AI to be placed in world or spawned, because if you don't change this, it will default to placed in world. So the only time a character will move is if they're placed in the editor. What you want is placed in world or spawned, so that if they're spawned, they still adopt the same behavior. And then for AI controller class, you can pick any of the AI controllers. I've got an enemy controller set up specifically because it's got functions in that I want it to use. But you can just use the default AI controller there. As long as you've got some AI controller and auto possess AI set to placed in world or spawned, you can start manipulating that character. Another thing you want to do is make sure you've got a nav mesh in the world. So if I hit P, you can see the green lines. You see all the green? That's the navigation mesh that the enemies can use. And you get that by going into these place actors tab on the left and selecting nav mesh bounds volume. You can bring one of them in and you scale it, and it will give you a navigation mesh. So as long as you've got a navigation mesh and your enemy is a pawn or a character, I recommend characters because pawns have their own little quirks. And you've got it set to placed in world or spawned, and your AI controller class set to something, then you can go into your event graph and you can just do little things. So like we can do AI move to. So you can move to a location. So like say if you've got set locations, you can put the location in here, tag the pawn here, or if you've got actors, you can do AI move to location or actor. So you get the controller. So we're going to get AI controller. We're going to plug that into there so it knows what controller to direct the information to. We've got the goal location and we've got the goal actor. So we could do get player character. And then we could, that's it. As soon as we activate this, as soon as we give this an input, it's going to get the enemy's AI controller. It's going to tell it it's the characters where it wants to go. And it's going to try and get there. And then you can do on request failed and on move finished. Trying to find the shortest distance and not a straight line is a little bit more nuanced. That's probably beyond the scope of anything I'm going to get into right now. They will find the shortest distance as long as there's a nav mesh enabled. So, for example, if I were to play this now, and I run up to this guy and I hit him, he's not going to come at me in a straight line, but he's also going to find... You see how he navigates around the terrain? They'll do that automatically. You don't need to tell them to do that. You just need to tell them where they need to go. Oh, motherfucker killed me. But yeah, like, so if, say for example, if you wanted an enemy to spawn and move 100 units ahead of them, what you'd do is you say get actor location. So we want to know where they are for a start. So we want to know where they are, and then what we'll do is we'll find navigable. What's it? Find navigable. How is it? Navigable. Basically, by finding navigable, we're telling them to find a path on the. We're telling them to find a point along the path that they can get to. So we'll do get random navigable point. Right, in radius. Right, okay. So we want them to move 100 units. So we'll put the radius of 100 units. So we've got the get actual location, right? But we want them to move forward, yes? So we don't want, with this, they might move 100 unit backwards. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the actor's forward vector. So get actor forward vector. So we're going to look ahead of them. And we're going to multiply that forward vector by however many units we want to move ahead. So let's say we want to find a point that's 500 units ahead of the player. Boom, done. So we're going to get that. We're going to get the actor's location. We're going to add those two together. So we're going to find where our actor is. We're going to find where our enemy is. We're going to find a point that is 500 units ahead of them. And we're going to put that into where we want to get that random point in navigable radius. Now, if you want them to go straight to that point, set this value super low. The radius will be 1. So whenever they look ahead of them at 500 units, whatever that point is that they find, that's going to be the point that they're going to try and get to. And then you can vary this. So say you want them to go to that point ahead of them, but be a little bit off to the left or the right or whatever. You can update the radius. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to do AI move to. And we're going to put that as the destination. And then we're going to trigger this event. So what that will do is the actor will find out where it is. It will look ahead of itself, 500 units. And it will pick a point within your desired radius and move to that point. And the beauty of this system is it will only move to that point if that point is on the nav mesh. So you've got a return value here. So what we can do is we can branch off this. And then if that is true, we can, if we found a point, we can move to that. If it's false, we can add a custom event, re-trigger search, and then we can put that back into here. So for every time that is true, we'll move to that thing. If it's false, we'll re-trigger the search. So it will constantly look for a point 500 units ahead of it within 1 unit's radius. If it can find it, it will move to it. If it can't, it will re-trigger the search. And what you can do off this as well is you could have a variable for radius. And every time it re-triggers the search, you can increase that radius till it can find a point. Because currently, this could soft lock. Because if it can't find a point, it's going to look for the same point. And if its position hasn't changed, and that radius is so small, it's never going to find a point. So what you want to do is make sure that if it's true, if it can successfully reach that point, you want it to go to that point. But if that search for a point fails, you want it to re-trigger the search. But you also want to make it easier for it to find another point to navigate to, because you know the original point is no longer achievable. Does that make sense? But that's exactly how I would do what you're asking. But if you want me to, what I'll do tomorrow, are you gonna be around about the same time tomorrow? Because it's about 8 PM here. If you're gonna be around about the same time tomorrow, I'll go through. I'll start a stream up and I'll show you exactly what I mean, and you can ask me questions and I'll try and implement. I don't want to do too much to the project that I've got right now because I don't want to break anything. But I also do want to help you. So if you're going to be around about the same time tomorrow, give or take an hour, I'll set up a new project and we'll try and troubleshoot some of the stuff that you're struggling with. How about that? $7:30 my time. That sounds perfect, my guy. That sounds perfect. So yeah, I'll boot up a stream about 7:30 tomorrow, and we'll go through some of this stuff because it's really important. These are a lot of the questions you've asking me. What sets apart someone who wants to have a play with Unreal from someone who wants to learn it? And I get the feeling you want to learn it, and I want to help you because I taught myself this entire thing, And it would have been so nice if I had somebody to guide me through it. And so I want to give back to the community that helped me. Even though I don't have much viewers, I don't have much followers, I still feel like I've got a responsibility to the community. All right, then. I am going to call it a night there because I have been going far. Look at this. Look at this. 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4 hours. If I was employed, I'd be suing my employer for not letting me have a break at this point. But yeah, I'm going to get off. I'm going to get something to eat. I am going to post. I can't put it. Hang on a minute. I don't know what my channel is. Let me have a look, because I'm going to post the latest build to my itch. So if you want to get a hold of it, it will be, where is it? There we go. Itch. Here we go. So GrumpyMunkyIndie.itch.io. Hey Rose, you're back just in time for me to leave. Hey Rose, can you post the link to the game download in the chat? Because I don't think you can, because I think I've got links disabled. Let me rename this. Control C. Rename this. Control V. 2. Rename. Syncope. We'll get that. Cause I don't want to leave, because I don't want people downloading the old version. So let me compress it and upload it, and then I'll send you the link. The thing is, as well, I don't have the controls listed anywhere in the game, so it's going to be a nightmare for you to try and figure out. But I'll post it anyway. I'm just packing it up now. Oh, bless her. Hey, Ralph, why can't you be sitting here listening for hours? No, Rose, I really love it. Like, Rose and Alex and Sarah are just, like, this is like shit. Like, I don't need 1 million viewers. I need a couple. And a couple people who are interested, and that's all I care about. Oh, bless you, Raph. I'm actually glad you showed up in the chat. Like, that's actually nice. I like your pick, by the way. But I have included controller support. So if you're vaguely familiar with Dark Souls and you have an Xbox controller, it shouldn't be that hard to figure out. I like it, man. Even if it's an old one, it looks cool. Accept the compliment. I know what it's like. I struggle with accepting them too, but sometimes they happen. Well, to be fair, Sarah, that's going to happen a lot because I haven't included iframes or anything yet. So you've got to literally be predictive of what they're going to do to dodge in time. You can't dodge on reaction quite yet. But Rose gave me a good idea for giving some class differentiation where the thief should have the roll ability. So that ties into what you were saying before about the skill tree. Because, like, between you asking for a skill tree and Rose saying, well, maybe different classes should have different abilities, that got my brain juices flowing. No riposte yet. I don't even have blocking in yet. Did you not see the white square where the shield should be? Subclass. Yes. Subclass. Me likey. At the moment, I've got the bandit and the thief as separate classes, but maybe they should be subs of the same class. Oh, dude, don't you worry. The riposte is coming. I've got the animations. I've got the variables set up in place. I just need to tie them all together. Cooking in between a boss fight. Like, hang on a minute, Mr. Skeleton Man. I need to go make macaroni and cheese. Craft dinner. All right, let's go. Let's go to my page. You can see, like, I have made a ton of shit. It's not just games. I've made like packs and building packs and all sorts. Like thermal night vision filters, game jam things, retro pixelization stuff, JRPG mate. Oh god, I got loads of shit on here. Where's Syncope? There it is. All right, edit. Upload files. Desktop. Syncope Alpha version 02. There we go. It is up. And there is the link. Well, I'll show you the link, but that's a little bit complicated. I think it's GrumpyMunky Indie /itch.io. So I'm going to hide the previous version. I'm going to hide the previous version. There we go, save. Oh no, Raf, don't bugger off. Just mute your phone. To be fair, I'm once this is uploaded, I'm gonna get off anyway. I need to go and get some food. I'm so glad you stopped by though, bro. It means the world to me. Also, when I download this version, how about instead of Rose playing it tonight, you play it? See what you think. Although, then again, Rose is probably going to hiss at you and go, no, Mike. Yeah, there we go. No. My pooty. How big is this file? Because it's taking a while to upload. Just want to see the prop. No. Windows, stop being a cunt. No, I don't want to Oh, it's only 759 megabytes. Like, how shit is my internet? Right. Well, it's not really. It's Sarah. It's not really a game. It's more like a tech demo. So basically, I took the demonstration map that Cinti made, and I added in a bunch of functionality like enemies and openable doors and things like that. So I've not really started to craft the game with a narrative yet. It's more a demonstration of a load of the different things that I've implemented. So it's just basically like a demo map that you're gonna be able to explore and hit things in. Let me just. I'm gonna bring up the inputs so you can see the controls. There we go. Let's get rid of this fucking Vive and mixed reality shit. So jump is spacebar or click in the left stick. Light attack is left mouse button or the right shoulder on the gamepad. Sprint is left control or the B button on an Xbox controller. Heavy is middle mouse button. Oh, there is a mini boss, but I've been keeping it a secret because I wanted it as a surprise Rose. But yeah, basically, it's kind of, if you've played Dark Souls on a controller, you kind of know what you're after. The only difference is I've mapped cast to the left trigger, and I've mapped what is it? Target lock. Target lock's regular. So yeah, use consumable. That's about the right button too. I mean, most of them are essentially Dark Souls, Elden Ring controls. So if you're using a controller, you ain't gonna have too bad of an experience. But I don't have any in-game. Like, throw is the one that throws people off a little bit because it's Q, and I've mapped it to the Y button. So like when you've equipped like a throwing star or a firebomb or something like that, it's the Y button to throw it or the Q button on the keyboard. Pressing F to jump. You nutcase. But yeah, that's the controls. So I don't know if you want to take a screenshot or what, but they're a little bit convoluted on the keyboard. I will add a whatchamacallit, an in-game. I don't have the settings or anything set up yet because like obviously this is still the demo territory. So I haven't really gone too in depth into it. Bloody hell, it's taking its sweet ass time uploading. But we have new throwables, we've got the entire magic system, we've got new enemy hit animations, we've got new enemy sound animations, we've got new enemy attack animations. I yeah. I mean, oh, it's quite simple. So basically, every input you get, like I've closed down the project now, so I can't really show you very easily. But every input, you just click on the plus button and add a different input for different systems. So, like, say for example, if you've got the jump command, if you got that mapped, what you want is you want to have that input named and then have that input reference an input method and then call the input in the code. So rather than saying if the player presses the space bar, make them jump, you can say if the player inputs the jump command, make them jump. And then in the project settings, you can make that jump command be triggered by any input that you like. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that's what you were going for. I can't believe how long this is taking to upload. Fucking hell. Like, I just noticed the last version had 9 downloads. Yeah. So, yeah, if you want to change it to F, what you do is you say, so whatever you want F to do. So if you want F to, I don't know, swing your sword, don't have the command be press F, swing the sword. Have the command be input event is swing sword. Then go into your project settings, and then on the swing sword input event, you can set it to use F, right trigger, the X button on the controller, the space bar, whatever. You can have all of those different inputs result in the same action. The thing is, yeah, people do love Souls likes, but I didn't tell anyone about this. The only people who should have downloaded that game were Rose and Alex. No one else knew about it. So for it to have 9 downloads off people who just came across it and were like, oh, this looks interesting, I'll give it a go. That's fucking awesome. Like, now that's making me paranoid that I don't have the controller map. So I'm thinking people are downloading this game and don't know how to play it. And they're going, oh, this is good. Shit. Oh, it's setting off my anxiety. Like, because some people think that the word enhanced or intermediate or whatever, it carries some kind of connotation. It doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is the functionality. If I can get the player to do an action, regardless of what input they're using, and do that consistently, that's enough. How can you enhance that? If press button makes action happen, that's all you need. I don't use Unreal 5. I use Unreal 4, so I'm not sure about the enhanced input system that they might be using in Unreal 5. But one of the things that I've noticed about Unreal is that its input system is quite flawed. Like, for example, if you walk up to one of the chests and you're holding the forward move button down and you interact with the chest, even though it disables your input, your character will still move forward. And even when you get control back of your character, they will still continue to move forward until you press the forward button again. And then when you release it, it cancels that forward input. So the only thing I can think of is that the enhanced input system might cater to countering things like that. I've not used it myself, so I'm not going to speak on it 100%. But that would be my assumption, because that is a problem I have with Unreal quite consistently. So say, for example, when you demo the game, if you walk up to a chest and press E to interact with it, and you're still holding the forward input at the time, your character will just carry on walking off into the distance. Even though I've told it not to accept any more inputs. And then when you regain control, it will still act as though you're constantly holding down the forward button. And there doesn't seem to be any way in Unreal 4 by default to prevent that from happening. So that is an issue to look out for. So that might be something that the enhanced input system... Hey, McToll, how's it going, dude? Yeah. UE5, the problem is I can't run UE5 on my system. It's too resource intensive. Well, at least the beta was. I haven't tried the release version yet. But again, a lot of my projects are done in 4.26 or 4.27. So migrating them to 5 is going to be a headache all on itself. So I'm kind of quite happy to keep working in 4.26 and 4.27 until I come up with a new project and start it in UE. Oh, dude, I like your messages. I don't like my voice. I think my voice sounds stupid. So if you're to say that, it's a really... It's a shame you joined at the end of the stream. Oh, see, I'm using a GTX. You using a GTX 1650 Ti? I'm using a 1050 Ti. I got like maybe 4 gigs of GPU memory at most. Yeah, bro. See, this is what I mean. I need to set up a fundraiser to upgrade my. I've got, you know what? I've got 16 gigs of RAM. 16. 16. Who in their right mind is playing games on 16 gigabytes? Never mind making them. I got a quad core processor. Quad. My shitty laptop has got 8 cores. Then again, that can't play games for shit. But it's not what you have, it's what you can make with it. I made my first game on my shitty old laptop. My laptop could not even run that game at 20 frames per second. The first time I saw that game run properly was on a live stream of one of my friends who was playing it. Because like my system just could not run it. I made it on that system. You don't need a good computer to make a good game. All you need is some creativity and the right motivation. That's all. Yeah, I need a job too, man. Like, I don't think I'm gonna make any money off making games. I mean, I like making games because I like seeing people play them. But I'm too unknown for people to invest money into. I mean, like, I can go to my no, I don't want. I want to stay on the page because it's not finished upload. I could show you my sales. They're not great. I mean, I made a little bit of money off this, but not enough to live on by far. Well, is it though? Like, what is your dream project? Because it doesn't necessarily mean it's out of indie scope. Maybe maybe it means you just need to adjust your scope. One of the biggest problems is feature creep. Because the more you want to add, the longer the game's going to take to come out. So my advice is focus on something small. And then if you can make that and you can make money off it, then you can use that to buy the assets. You can use that to buy the time. Break it down into easily achievable chunks. So like, come home one day and be like, right, I'm going to set up a weapon system. I'm going to add all these values in. I'm going to add the attack value in. I'm going to add the stamina cost, the mana cost, or whatever. And then the next day, you can come home and go, okay, now that I've got all these values in place, when I do an attack swing with the player, I can look at that weapon, I can reference it, I can pull those attack values, and I can then put that into a damage calculation. And then the next day, once you've done that, you can come home and go, okay, now I've got the weapons working, now I've got the damage working, now I need to make the enemy react. So then that day, you can spend that day finding animations. So break each section of what you're trying to do down into easily achievable goals. Because if you set yourself an entire goal and you don't finish that in one day, you're gonna feel like you've not accomplished anything. So if you set it into smaller achievable chunks, like what I've done today, like I came on, I was going to add the individual pain sounds, I was going to add the individual animation sounds, and I set up the arrays, I set up the code to make that happen. If I'd have tried to do all of that at once, it would have been so overwhelming. But because I broke it down into small, easily achievable chunks, it was like, right, okay, now I've done the sound arrays. Now I can go into each enemy and set up their pain sounds. Once I'd done that for each enemy, that was done. So, okay, now what's next on my list? I'm going to set up an array for the hit animations. And then once I'd done that in the master, in each of the enemies, I went through and put in their hit animations. That was done. And then once you get into that mindset, that planning ahead mindset, it becomes a case of breaking each major goal gets broken down into smaller sub goals, and then each of those sub goals gets broken down into tasks. And then once you've accomplished all the tasks in one sub goal, you move on to the next sub goal. And then once you've accomplished all of those sub goals, you can tick off that overall goal and move on to the next goal, which you've then broken down into sub goals, and then acts within a. So yeah, it all comes down to planning. The best tool to a game developer, and I guarantee you, I will be the only one who will tell you this. Your best friend is a pencil and a piece of paper. You don't sit down to that keyboard till you've got a list of things to do. I mean, Trello's okay, But the more obstacles you put between you and what you want to achieve, the more time you're gonna waste. Like when I was at school, I had a electronic organizer, right? And I used to get all of my homework assignments and I'd sit there in class and I'd type them into this electronic organizer. And like I thought I was being really efficient. But it's way, way quicker just to write that shit down on a piece of paper and put it in your pocket. Yeah. Like, and that's why I don't recommend things like Trello or SharePoint or anything like that. Because they're putting steps between you telling you what you need to achieve and you achieving it. You get kind of this kind of complacency where you think like, oh, because I typed all this thing into Trello now, that was my work. No, you're making extra work. No, you're making extra work. Just like do what I do, right? Like go to Windows, and not even Windows. Just like go to here, right? Notepad. Give yourself a list of things to do, right? So add visual effects to add visual effects to hits. Add pain sounds based on class or species. Give yourself a list of shit to do, and every time you've done one, just grab it, delete it. And then once you've completed your to-do list, you've done everything you needed to do for that day. You don't need Trello. You don't need any fancy. All you need is a fucking pen and paper. Even if you're not going to use Notepad, just write it down on a piece of paper. Once you've done it, put a line through it. And there you go. There's my channel. There's the link. The game is uploaded now. Make sure you download the right I wouldn't say you don't make sure you download the right version, but because I've hidden the other one. But if you want to go, there you go. It's grumpymonkeyindie.itch.io/syncope. If you want to go and download it and have a play, go ahead. Just remember, controls are a little bit obtuse. There's no information to tell you what the controls are. I gave you a brief overview. C is cast, Q is throw, R is heal, I brings up your inventory, control is run, space is dodge. You go here. Right here. Wait, hang on a minute. No, you're right. No, wait, it is empty. Hang on a minute. That's not right. I think it'd be. What the actual tits? Dashboard. Edit. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I hid that. I'm a dickhead. Save. View page. There we go. Big red download button. Right, I'm going to go and get something to eat before I die. But I've not eaten anything yet today, and it's nearly 9 p.m. With the downloads there, and you got a brief overview of the controls. If you don't, then don't worry about it. I'll get a new update out soon. I don't know how well the controller support is going to work because I haven't tested it yet. Rose is going to do that for me later. Sweet! Sarah, I love you, my guy. You've been the best. I love it when you stop by the streams. I'm glad everybody came by today. It really made my life. But I'm going to have to go and get something to eat. So, let me know what you think. Drop me a message, or I'll get the Discord up for people to give feedback and things. I'm not very good at this. I've not planned very much in advance for actually people taking part. I planned a lot for making the game, but not for people playing it. But I'm gonna go get to bed, and not to bed, but I'm gonna go get something to eat and get a mod. Yeah, definitely. I'll get the Discord up and running in the next couple of weeks. I just want to make sure I've got enough people, who care enough to join in. Like I want to build a community. I don't want people to show up once, post a message, and then leave. But once we get to that point, I'll set the Discord up so we've got a central place for everyone to like communicate and give ideas. Because I want feedback. Like if you want this implemented, if you want this mechanic, you think this would be good, by all means, give me some feedback. But I need to make sure there's somewhere for that to happen rather than the comment section of the game. In any case, I am gonna go because I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours now. No, yeah, nearly 5 hours now. All right. I'm glad you stopped by. I hope you have fun playing it, and let me know what you think. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, and we'll go over some of the tutorial stuff you want me to discuss, and we'll go from there. We're building a community together. Let's embrace that. All right. Good night, my dude. I'll see you soon.